And we should be live. Alrighty. Record. Alright. Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Braden. This is Airless Quill 9. And today I'm doing a live stream. We're going to be taking a look at the player's handbook page by page. As you can see here, I have it on D&D Beyond. I have not gotten my physical copy yet. So we're just going to be taking a look on it here. And for comparison, I'm going to pull up the player's handbook here on the right side of the screen. So if there's anything we need to compare, we'll take a look at it over here. But let's see here. We got our introduction. We'll play the game, which is Dungeon Master Players. Player's Handbook, the Dungeon Master's Guide, and Monster Manual, which both haven't come out yet. Fortunately, dice, like they're shown in Chapter 1. The character sheet, which D&D Beyond has their digital versions. DM screen is optional. There are miniatures and a battle grid. Nice of some self-promotion there. Alright, so what is in this book? Chapter 1 is about playing the game. Chapter 2 is creating a character. Chapter 3 is character classes. Chapter 4 is character origins. Chapter 5 is feats. Chapter 6 equipment. Chapter 7 spells. Appendix A consider multiverse. Appendix B some stat blocks. And Appendix C is the rules glossary for the book. Worlds of Adventure. Oh, here we go. What's new in the 2024 version? 2024 version of the players. For the 5th edition Player's Handbook, you've read the 2014 version. Much of this book will feel familiar since the fundamental rules of the game are the same. All they mean by that is that this is still 5th edition. They've just updated the look of it, basically. But the book contains many new or redesigned elements, and the versions of things in this book replace versions from older books. Here are the highlights. Streamlined rules. The game's rules have been streamlined and are now supported by a rules glossary. Easier character creation. Use Chapter 2, making a character is easier than ever before. Enhanced classes. In Chapter 3, every class and subclass has been enhanced with new options. Reimagined origins. Explored in Chapter 4, a character's origin is now defined by background and species, each of which has been redesigned. Expanded feats. In Chapter 5, feats have been redesigned with many feats added. Upgraded weapons, tools, and crafting. Mastery properties transform how weapon wielders use their weapons, and every character can enjoy new tools and crafting rules in Chapter 6. Dazzling spells. Chapter 7. First with new spells and old ones that have been enhanced. If you can't find a rule, check the index. If a rule's name has changed from what it was printed in the 2014 Player's Handbook, the index points you to the new name. For example, if you look up inspiration in the index, it points you to the rules for heroic inspiration in the rules glossary. Good to know. Alright, let's take a brief look at Chapter 1. These are just all the rules on playing the game. I'm not going to look too much into it, but I want to see if there's anything different or explored in a little bit more depth. Rhythm of play. Dungeon Master describes the scene. Players describe what characters do. The DM narrates the results of the adventure action. Exception. Supersede general rules. General rules govern each part of the game. For example, the combat rules tell you that melee attacks use strength and range attacks use dexterity. It's a general rule, and a general rule is in effect as long as something in the game doesn't explicitly says otherwise. The game also includes elements, class features, feats, weapon properties, spells, magic items, monster abilities, and the like, sometimes contradict a general rule. When an exception and a general rule disagree, the exception wins. For example, if a feature says you can use a melee attack using your charisma, you can do so even though that statement disagrees with the general rule. Adventure. Campaign. Dice. So D4, D6, D8, D10, 100, 12, D20. Round down. Whenever you divide or multiply a number in the game, round down if you enter a fraction. Fraction is 1/2 greater. Some rules make an exception and tell you to round up. D3. Simulate rolling D3. Roll 1 D6 and divide the by 2. Round up. Okay. D20 tests. Damage. Percentage chances. D20 tester, another Dungeon Master often gives a fun description of what happened. If you're a player, look for opportunities to interpret your character's die rolls and describe why things unfolded unexpectedly or even humorously. All creatures, characters, and monsters have 6 abilities. Alright, let's do this. Let's continue. 6 abilities: Strength, Dex, Con, Intelligence, Charisma. 4 measures: Physical might, agility, reflexes, and balance, health and stamina, reasoning and memory, perceptiveness, mental fortitude, confidence, poise, and each ability has a score from 1 to 20, although some monsters have a score as high as 30. Score represents the magnitude of an ability. The ability score table summarizes what the score means. So the lowest amount to score go. An effect is score 0. That effect is. That's 1, by the way. 2 to 9, this represents a weak capability. 10 to 11, this represents the human average. 12 through 19, this represents a strong capability. 20, this is the highest an adventure score can go unless the feature says otherwise. 21 through 29, this represents an extraordinary capability. 30, this is the highest the score can go. Ability modifiers, we're all familiar with this. D20 tests. These rolls are called D20 tests. They come in 3 kinds: ability checks, saving throws, and attack rolls. Roll 1d20. Always want to roll high. Roll has advantage or disadvantage. You roll 2d20s, but you use the number from only one of them, the higher one, if you have advantage, or the lower one if you have disadvantage. Add modifiers. Add these modifiers to the number rolled on the d20. Up an ability modifier. Bonus if irrelevant. Apologies. That did anything. Go. Get out some tweets. Get this ball rolling. Before we get to the good stuff, compare the target, the total to a target number. Armor class D. Ability modifier. Things in the environment. Is to reason or remember. Good to know. DCs. Saving throws. Assert your identity. Attack rolls. Ability modifier. Melee attack with a weapon. Strength. Range attack with a weapon uses dexterity. All attacks varies. Proficiency bonus. You add your proficiency bonus to your attack roll when you attack using a weapon have proficiency with, as well as when you attack with a spell. See proficiency later in this chapter for more information about weapon proficiencies. This armor class represents the creature avoids being wounded in combat. The AC of a creature is determined at character creation, whereas the AC of a monster appears in its stat block. Base AC is 10 plus dex. Rolling 1 or 20. If you roll a 20 on the d20, called a natural 20, for an attack roll, the attack hits regardless of any modifiers or the target's AC. This is called a critical hit. See combat later in this chapter. If you roll a 1 on the d20, a natural 1, for an attack roll, the attack misses regardless of any modifiers or the target's AC. Advantage plus disadvantage. Advantage doesn't stack. That's the same. Heroic Inspiration is new. Sometimes the DM or a rule gives you Heroic Inspiration. If you have Heroic Inspiration, you may expend it to re-roll any die immediately after rolling it, and you must use the new roll. Only one at a time. You can never have more than one instance of Heroic Inspiration. If something gives you Heroic Inspiration, you already have it. You can give it to a player character in your group who lacks it. Gaining Heroic Inspiration, your DM can give you Heroic Inspiration for a variety of reasons. Typically, DMs award it when you do something particularly heroic, in character, or entertaining. It's a reward for making the game more fun for everyone playing. Other roles might allow your character to gain Heroic Inspiration. To the DM's decision, for example, human characters start each. Proficiency. I'm not familiar with this. I just have this as 0 to 4, in my opinion. Bonus doesn't stack. Bonus can't be added to a die roll or another roll more than once. Sense. Occasionally, efficiency bonus might be multiplied or divided or being added. For example, the expertise feature doubles the proficiency bonus for certain ability checks. Whenever the bonus is used, it can be multiplied only once and divided only once. Skill proficiencies. This will be skills as shown in the tables below. Which notes example. Oh, where'd my phone go? Not important. At the charging. Skills are shown on the skills table, which notes example uses for each skill proficiency as well as the ability check the skill it most often applies to. Skills acrobatics, dexterity, stay on your feet in a tricky situation or perform an acrobatic stunt. Handling, wisdom, calm or train an animal or get an animal to behave in a certain way. Arcana, intelligence, recall lore about spells, magic items, and the planes of existence. Athletics, strength, jump farther than normal, stay afloat in rough water, or break something. Deception, charisma, tell a convincing lie or wear a disguise convincingly. History, intelligence, recall lore about historical events, people, nations, and cultures. Insight, wisdom, discern a person's mood and intentions. Intimidation, charisma, awe or threaten someone into doing what you want. Find obscure information in books or deduce how something works. Medicine, wisdom, diagnose an illness or determine what kills the recently slain. Nature intelligence, recall lore about terrain, plants, animals, and weather. Perception wisdom, using a combination of senses, notice something that's easy to miss. Performance charisma, act, tell a story, perform music, or dance. Persuasion charisma, honestly and graciously convince someone of something. Religion intelligence, recall lore about gods, religious rituals, and holy symbols. Sleight of hand dexterity, pick a pocket, conceal a handheld object, or perform legerdemain. That's thievery, by the way, for those who don't have a English degree. Stealth, dexterity. Escape notice by moving quickly and hiding behind things. Survival wisdom, follow tracks, forage, find a trail, or avoid natural hazards. I think it's kind of funny that wizards thinks will have English degrees. Skillful use of one hand and performing conjuring trick. Perception. Legerdemain. Idea. Determining skill. They do have rules for skills with different abilities. I thought they might have cut that out. Each skill proficiency is associated with an ability check. For example, intimidation skill is associated with charisma. In some situations, the DM might allow you to apply your skill proficiency to a different ability check. For example, a character tries to intimidate someone with a show of physical strength. The DM might ask for a strength intimidation check rather than a charisma intimidation check. The character would then make a strength check and add their proficiency bonus if they have intimidation proficiency. Okay, I see. Good to know. So yes, it is okay for the barbarian to make strength intimidation checks for those who are interested. Equipment proficiency. We're in proficiency now. So the skill proficiencies, saving throw proficiencies, equipment proficiencies, or weapons and tools. If you have proficiency with a tool, you can add your proficiency bonus to an ability check you make that uses the tool. If you have proficiency in the skill that also uses that check, you have advantage on the check too. This means you can benefit from both skill proficiency and tool proficiency in the same ability check. Yes. Thank you for clearing that up. Yes, if you are, for example, playing a rogue and you should have proficiency in thieves' tools, when you are making a check with your thieves' tools to unlock something, which also requires some sleight of hand, you're proficient in both sleight of hand and thieves' tools. You should have advantage on the check. Same would apply for any check. Actions. The actions table lists the game's main actions, which are defined in more detail in the rules glossary. We took a look at this in one of my earlier videos. There's the attack action, dash action, disengage, dodge, help, hide, influence, magic, ready, search, study, and utilize. I like the influence, search, and study actions. I don't get, though, why animal handling is a wisdom. That normally. I'll take one action at a time. Bonus actions. You can only take one bonus action on your turn, but you must choose which bonus action you have more than one available. When would you have more than one available? Reactions. Certain special abilities, spells, and situations allow you to take a special reaction called a reaction. Reaction is an instant response to a trigger of some kind which can occur on your turn or on someone else's. The opportunity attack described later in this chapter is the most common type of reaction. When you take a reaction, you can't take another one until the start of your next turn. If the reaction interrupts another creature's turn, that creature can continue its turn right after the reaction. In terms of timing, a reaction takes place immediately after its trigger, unless the reaction's description says otherwise. Social interaction. Attitude characters. Role playing, ability checks. Social interaction example. That was kind of fun. This is a well, this is like a cutout of Blood on the Vine tab. Village of I'm just going to read this because I kind of want to look at this. Four adventurers, Shreve, Mirabella, Oro, and Gareth, traveled to the Blood on the Vine Tavern in the village of Jared, as the DM. The tavern might have been finally appointed once, but it has grown shoddy with the passage of a blazing fire in the hearth barely gives any warmth to the room. You see a man behind the counter methodically cleaning glasses. Three older women huddled together at one table, and a handsome young man sits by himself at a corner table, with a glass of wine. He looks up as you enter, but the other people ignore you. Welcome to Barovia, he says. He holds a coin towards the bartender, a pitcher for the visitors. The glint of the silver catches. Maeve as Mirabella. Thank you, friend. May we know whom we're indebted? Jared. I am Ismark Kolyanovich. Around here, I am often called Ismark the Russell. That's unfortunate. Jared. Indeed, I hope one day to live up to my father's example and myself of it. So, my new friend, as Oro, I'm Oro. Russell. Grieve. Philip as Gareth. My name is Gareth. Mirabelle. Mirabella. Called Mirabella. Said your name was Kolyanovich. Are you related to Jan Indirovich, the burgomaster of the town? He looks a little surprised. Says Kolyan Indirovich. Father, yes. Then he's the one who summoned us. Show him the letter that Philip. I watch his reaction as Jared reaches for the letter but pulls back before. That seal, it's not my father's. Gareth. Check. Gareth. Got. Ability check. Philip's character Gareth makes a search. Determine whether he reads Ismark's unspoken that measures acceptance. Insight reflects the character's skill at reading other people's. Sets the DC at 15. Which Gareth beat. The DM doesn't have to reveal the DC. FYI, they just need to set one in their head for which Gareth beats. With successful wisdom insight check, Gareth gleans information that wasn't obvious, so it wasn't a part of the DM's earlier narration. More information, the ability scores earlier in this chapter, and the search action in the rule glossary. Is a wisdom insight check search action. Jared, you notice that Ismark is trying to conceal his terror. He's afraid to even touch the letter C. Philip, I asked him what's frightening him. Russell, yeah, whose seal is it? Jared, Devil's Rod. A pleasant fellow. Jared, no, he is the vampire lord of Castle Ravenloft, and it plagued him. I must help her. Amy, so Strahd wrote this letter pretending to be a burgomaster, imploring us to come to Barovia and rescue Irene Cleana from a deadly affliction. Which is him? Why would he do that? So, why would he want us to come here? Maeve, clearly he doesn't think we're a threat. Amy, well, he hasn't met us yet. Jared, he's toying with you. He delights in the destruction of all things good, like my dear sister. Gareth draws closer and compassionately asks Ismark whether his is bitten by the vampire. Jared, please make a charisma persuasion check to see if he wants to. You have advantage because he's friendly. Oh, I like that. Philip. Oh, good thing my first roll is a 7, but with advantage, not much better. Well, 10 plus 5 is 52. Example. Influencing NPCs. Gareth makes the influence action. The rules glossary. Which characters can take to influence an NPC? It's easier to influence an NPC already exposed to help you, as Ismark is. Ismark's friendly attitude gives Philip advantage on the roll. In this case, advantage makes the difference between success and failure. And those not learned in terms, NPC is a non-player character, so a PC would be a player character or the players. Jared. Ismark leans towards you, Gareth, with his suspicious glance at the other people in the tavern, like he's worried they're eavesdropping. He whispers, "The devil Strahd desires to make Irene his latest." Twice he has visited her in the night, using his devilry to secure an invitation to the house, where he can't enter where he isn't invited. Twice he has bitten her, yet she clings to life, but I fear she won't survive another visit. Russell, all right, Ismark, you bought us drinks and told us about the devil Strahd and your sister. How can we help? Jared, too kind. First, I need your help transporting Irina to the town of Valakia. Ave, where's Valakia? Jared, it lies to the northwest in the heart of the valley as the raven flies. It is less than 10 miles, but the road winds along the hills and woods, and the journey takes at least 5 hours. And why there? Jared, the town lies beyond the view of Castle Ravenloft, so I hope it's beyond broad spies. I have heard that Valakia is well defended with a wooden palisade and iron gates. Russell, as if such defenses would stop a vampire. Jared, indeed, but if moving her there can help keep him away from her for even a few days, you have time for the second part of our task. Russell, the part where you help us? Jared, yes, when I help you face the vampire. Cool. I like that snippet. Social interaction. Exploration, adventuring equipment, vision and light, obscured areas. Area might be lightly or heavily obscured. In a lightly obscured area with dim light, patch fog, or foliage, you have disadvantage. A heavily obscured area, such as an area with darkness, heavy fog, or dense foliage, is opaque. Have the blinded condition. I'm trying to see something there. Oh, hello, Sean. 2024 weapon select. Did you them? Do you have any specific opinions on them? Yes, they did make some changes to weapons. Here, all weapons have mastery properties now, which are entirely new. So there are some small changes. Weight and cost hasn't changed at all. Most of the properties, I believe, haven't changed. I do know for certain that the Trident's damage has increased. So it's now a D8 piercing instead of a D6, and versatile is DN or D10 instead of D8, which is pretty neat. And then the lance has been reduced to 1d10 piercing. Don't know why. Probably just to put it in line with all the other weapons. Also, a lance only requires two hands while you're not mounted. Also, other than that, though, I don't believe anything else has changed. Other than they did add musket and pistol to the player's handbook as base weapon options. So they are quite expensive. The musket's 500 gold, 250, which those are so haven't been changed. They used to be in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Now they're just in the player's handbook. They also specify in the ammunition sections here what type of ammunition each ranged weapon uses. Don't need to go looking for it. And then you can just see they've added a column here for what weapon masteries each weapon has access to. Also, let me know if my volume is good or my audio is good. Don't know if there's any issues with it. And they have a full section on weapon mastery properties to look at. I'll come back to that. Or let me know if there's anything else you want me to look at real quick. Where was I? Vision and light. Yeah, it's. Let me see if there's actually a thing I can do here. Um, it does cut off when I don't talk especially loud. it's mic/audio that I don't know. Oh, don't want to do that. Hello. Okay, now I won't be able to hear myself anymore. I wonder if that changes anything. Is there an echo now? Want to do that? Okay, there is an echo from that. Turn that off then. Okay. I wonder if I just need to use a different microphone. I wonder if this microphone is any better. Try this. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Is that any clearer at all? I hope it's clear. Oh, that does sound good. Okay. Maybe I'll use that then instead of this microphone. Yeah, this one just likes to cut out for some reason while I'm speaking, so I think I'm just going to use the audio from my camera, because apparently that's a lot clearer, and it's unlikely to cut out. Let's see here. Bright light, dim light. Dim light creates a lightly obscured area, which in turn would mean disadvantage on wisdom perception checks. Darkness creates a heavily obscured area, which means you're blinded. Special senses. Rose glossary defines the following special senses: blind sight, dark vision, tremor sense, true sight. Hiding. You try to hide, you take the hide action. Interacting with objects. All looks the same. Hazards. Burning, dehydration, falling, malnutrition, suffocation. I am curious, did they change the rules on suffocation? Creature can hold its breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus its constitution modifier. So no, they didn't change it. When a creature runs out of breath or is choking, it gains 1 exhaustion level at the end of each of its turns. When a creature can breathe again, it removes all levels of exhaustion it gained from suffocating. That's interesting. I didn't know if that had changed. I don't know if that was in the old options. Where would that be in here? Oh, suffocating. Here it is. Holds breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus its constitution modifier. That's the same. minimum of 30 seconds. When a creature runs out of breath or is choking, it can survive for a number of rounds equal to its Constitution modifier. They completely cut that out. Okay, so they did change that part. So instead of having this, they just said when it runs out of breath or is choking, it gains 1 exhaustion level at the end of each of its turns. So that means once you start suffocating, you can survive 6 rounds before you die from suffocation. Yeah, because 6 levels of exhaustion kills you. And they did change the exhaustion too. You'll die if you gain exhaustion level 6. D20. D20 tests affected. Speed reduced, removing exhaustion. I do like that there's just a negation for each exhaustion level now. And it reduces your speed too. Well, that's even more interesting with suffocation though, because that means that you would, while you're suffocating, you begin to slow down and become weaker. So it's kind of more in line with real life. That makes a lot of narrative sense there. I like that. Keep burning. A burning creature or object takes 1d4 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. As an action, you can extinguish fire on yourself by giving yourself the prone condition and rolling on the ground. Fire also goes out if it is doused, submerged, or suffocated. Cool. Malnutrition. Rules for malnutrition. That's interesting. Creature needs an amount of food per day based on its size, as shown in the food needs per day table. A creature that eats but consumes less than half the required food for a day must succeed on a d20 Constitution saving throw. Sorry, DC 10 Constitution saving throw. Or gain 1 exhaustion level at the day's end. A creature who eats nothing for 5 days automatically gains 1 exhaustion level at the end of the 5th day, as well as an additional level at the end of each subsequent day without food. Exhaustion caused by malnutrition can't be removed until the creature eats the full amount of food required for a day. So you could survive 5 days without food before you start suffering exhaustion levels. Interesting. Only 1 pound of food per day though. Need at least a pound of food per day to avoid exhaustion. I assume dehydration is pretty similar. Yeah, it's just measured in gallons. That's a real question. Do I track malnutrition and dehydration in Descent now? The campaign I'm running. That would suck. Travel marching order. Travel pace. Traveling outside combat, group can move at a fast, normal, or slow pace, as shown on the table. table states how far the party can move in a period of time. If riding horses or other mounts, the group can move twice that distance for 1 hour, after which the mounts need a short or long rest before they can move at that increased pace again. Okay, how does that work? Okay, I'll look at Goodberry in just a second. So, if you're traveling at a normal pace, let's say you're going 24 miles. You travel 3 miles an hour. So with the horse, be able to travel 6, pause. Okay, so 3 miles an hour. So, so in 2 hours by foot, you could travel 6 miles. And then if you took horses, you'd be able to travel 6 miles in the same amount of time because they would need to take a short rest after traveling at that increased pace. The Interesting. Oh, they need to take a short or long rest before they can move at that increased pace again. So they could cover for the first hour, they could cover 6 miles, and then they would have to travel regularly at the rest of those hours until they took a short or long rest. So okay, so traveling by horse then really only saves you an hour of time. Hmm, interesting. Each travel pace has a game effect as line below. Disadvantage on travelers with perception of survival and dexterity stealth checks. Normal imposes disadvantage on stealth checks. Slow grants advantage on wisdom, perception, and survival checks. Okay. Travelers in wagons, carriages, or other land vehicles use your pace as normal. Characters in a waterborne vessel are limited to the speed of the vessel and they don't choose a travel pace. Depending on the vessel and the size of the crew, ships might be able to travel for up to 24 hours per day. Chapter 6 includes vehicles for sale. Okay, I'm going to open this just so we can look at Goodberry. Here it is, Goodberry. Let me pull it up here just to make sure there are no changes. Uh, so first level Conjuration, no longer a transmutation spell. Interesting. Still in action. Range is self instead of touch. Components are still the same. Duration is 24 hours instead of instantaneous. Oh, interesting. Oh, shit. Okay, so Up to 10 berries appear in your hand and are infused with magic for the duration. The creature can use an action to eat one berry. Eating a berry restores 1 hit point, and the berry provides enough nourishment to sustain a creature for 1 day. The berries lose their potency if they have not been consumed within 24 hours of the casting of the spell. Okay, so that's the reason they changed the duration there. 10 berries appear in your hand and are infused with magic. The duration. A creature can take a bonus action to eat 1 berry. Oh, so it's a bonus action to eat a berry now. That's different. Eating a berry restores 1 hit point, which is the same. The berry provides nourishment to sustain a creature for 1 day. Uneaten berries disappear when the spell ends. Okay, so they've cleared up the wording here. And now it's a bonus action to eat a berry, which is different because it used to require an action to do so. Other than that, they changed the range. I actually think self makes more sense than touch because you're not touching anything to cast a spell. Because the berries just appear in your hand. And they also changed it to a conjuration spell instead of transmutation. I think the idea behind it was I think the original idea was you're supposed to have 10 berries in your hand in which you infuse with magic. But it doesn't really make sense because it says up to 10 berries appear in your hand. So yeah, I think they changed it to clarify it. So yeah, it actually is slightly different. Interesting. I wonder what happens if you just ate like a handful. Just ate all 10 berries over 10 rounds. I know you only need one to provide nourishment, but would it like it would heal you 10 hit points, but would it like also like make you start bulging? There's such a rule as what's the opposite of malnutrition? Overnutrition. We'll have to take an in-depth look at spells because I'm sure they've changed a bunch of things. Exploration example. It's nice. This also takes place in versus Stride campaign. I do like these examples. $20 for a total of 20. It's also a crit too. If he rolled a 20. Oh wait, no, he might have an intelligence modifier. Finding hidden objects, casting spells. Know your spells. Yes, players, it is your job to know your spells. You like in Fellowship with the Limb. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that does sound like it. He does that burp. How many did you eat? 4. Oh, that's funny. Welcome to the stream, Rick. Saving throws. Okay. Any changes to combat? Order combat. Establish positions. Roll initiative. Take turns. This is interesting. Most people don't even look at these chapters. Oh, determine surprise. Establish positions. Roll initiative. Take turns. In the next round, they took out two steps. Oh, never mind. They took out those steps because surprise is in initiative now instead of its own section. And surprise is different because if a combatant is surprised by combat starting, creature has disadvantage on their initiative roll. Initiative order. They don't say it here, but I think I'll look here. I think when you're hidden, look at the rules glossary. Go to hide. I thought there was a rule where hidden gave you advantage. Oh yes. While you have when you're invisible in your roll initiative, you have advantage on the roll. So that's new. And being hidden gives you the invisible condition. Keep that on the rules glossary for now. Initiative order would be the same. Oh, this was kind of new that I was surprised at. Ties. If a tie occurs, the DM decides the order among tied monsters, and the players decide the order among tied characters. The DM decides the order of the ties between a monster and a player character. I think that's new. Oh no, that was still there. Oh, they cut this part out. Optionally, the DM can have the tied characters and monsters each roll a d20 to determine the order highest roll going first. I never did it that way. I've always done where in the result of ties, the creatures with the higher modifiers would go first. Or I guess ability score. Yeah, the creature with the highest ability scores would go first. And the result of ties. When those creatures are tied, though, I might make the characters roll off. Yeah, exactly. The HL house roll is by dex. Your turn. Distance up to your speed. On your turn, you can move a distance up to your speed and take one action. Decide whether to move first or take the action first. Communicating. Interacting with things. Doing nothing on your turn. Yeah, if you do nothing on your turn, always take the dodge action. If you don't want to ready anything, take the dodge action. Just makes you harder to hit. Yeah, I would do the roll off between characters only if the dex roll didn't work. Sometimes characters just like to roll too, so. I've taken out some of these rules. They don't talk about bonus actions in there. They don't talk about reactions. Oh, that's because they talked about reactions and bonus actions in a separate section. Ending combat isn't there. Combat ends on one side or the other is defeated. Movement and position. I like this photo here. You can see there's the grid written out. The player character only takes up a 5-foot square. The displacer beast, which is a large creature, takes up all 4 of these squares. So the reach of their attacks are reaching into the squares around them. That's really cool. I like the visual imagery of that. Yeah, nice goblins. Movement position. We just read this line. On your turn, you can move a distance equal to your speed or less. Oh, I mean, it's pretty much the same there. Your movement can include climbing, crawling, jumping, or swimming. Each explained in the rules glossary. Climb, speed, flag. Difficult terrain. Each footed movement in difficult terrain costs 1 extra foot, even if multiple things in a space count as difficult terrain. Does that mean difficult terrain can't stack now? Wonder how that works for spells like plant growth and um, spike growth. Because it used to be that spike growth could stack with other things, I think. Yeah. So I wonder if that doesn't work any now. I'll have to see when we look at spells. Playing on a grid. I always play on a grid. Grids and minis are fun. Breaking up your move. It was previously called moving between attacks. You break up your move using some of its movement before or after any action, bonus action, or reaction, which is really what everyone has done. They've just really clarified it for people. Dropping prone. On your turn, you can give yourself the prone condition without using an action or any of your speed, but you can't do so if your speed is 0. Oh, that's neat. I don't know if I ever knew that was a thing that you could do. It is a drop prone without using any speed. Or maybe I did know that and I just subconsciously never thought about it. Creature sized. Interacting with objects around you is described in an objects section. Moving around other creatures. Your size has been moved up here. I wonder if this is the same. Oh, they've added in space and feet and space and squares. Oh. Okay, I like that. Oh, there you go. Small creatures can only take up 1 space. Medium, large is 4 squares by 2. Huge is 9 squares. Oh, that was in the monster manual? Oh, it's nice that it's here so the players know that information too. Moving around other creatures. During your move, you can move through the space of an ally. Creature that has the incapacitated condition. A tiny creature, or a creature that's 2 sizes smaller, larger, or smaller than you. Can't willingly end a move in a space occupied by another creature. If you somehow end a turn in a space with another creature, you have the prone condition. You're tiny, or of a larger size than the other creature. That's good to know. You can't end your space in another creature's spot, but you just become prone if you do so. Interesting. Making an attack. Target turn modifiers is all the attack. Cool. Oh, that is the same. Not much going on there. Cover. I like these tables. Easy to get the information you're looking for. Half cover. +2 bonus to AC and dex saving throws. Offered by another creature or an object that covers at least half of the target. 3/4. +5 to AC and dexterity saving throws. An object that covers at least 3/4 of the target. Total. Can't be targeted directly. Object that covers the whole target. Unseen attackers and targets. Make an attack roll against target. You can't see if disadvantage on the roll. This is true whether you're targeting the creature's location or targeting a creature you can see. Hear but not see. If the target isn't in the location you targeted, you miss. Yeah, obviously. When a creature can't see you, you have advantage on attack rolls against it. You're hidden. When you make an attack roll, you can give away your location when the... Oh, you give away your location when the attack hits or misses. Unless you have Skulker, then you don't give away your location when you miss. Been rebasing my Lord of the Rings Warhammer minis for D&D recently. Find the size things. Oh. Did you have to buy base plates for all your minis? Because I've done that before. I might. I don't have any next to me here. But I did at one point have to do that. Get some new bases. Oh, there's range attacks. Range attacks and close combat. Advantage if it's beyond your normal range and you can't attack a target beyond long range. That was in there before. Make a ranged attack with a weapon, a spell, or some other means. You have disadvantage on the roll if you are within 5 feet of an enemy who can see you and doesn't have the incapacitated condition. Melee attacks. Opportunity attacks. And avoid provoke an opportunity attack, taking disengage action. You also don't provoke an opportunity attack when you teleport or are moved without using your movement action, bonus action, or reaction. Make an opportunity attack when a creature you can see leaves your reach. To make the attack, take your action to make one melee attack with a weapon or an unarmed strike against that creature. The attack occurs right before it leaves your reach. Mounted combat. Oh, what's this in here? I remember where mounted combat was in here. Oh, mounted combat. See, these are different. During your move, you can mount. I just noticed that this this tiefling is riding a giant seahorse. That's cool. Mounting and dismounting. During your move, you can mount a creature that is within 5 feet of you or dismount. Doing so costs an amount of movement equal to half your speed. It's the same here. Some extra stuff in here, but they could have moved it to a different section. Mount a creature or dismount. Controlling a mount. You can control a mount only if it has been trained to accept a rider. Domesticated horses, mules, and similar creatures have such training. The initiative of a controlled mount changes to match yours when you mount it. Okay, that's cool. Oh, that was also in there. It moves on your turn as you direct it, and it has only 3 action options during that turn: dash, disengage, and dodge. A controlled mount can move and act even on the turn that you mount it. In contrast, an independent mount, one that lets you ride but ignores your control, retains its place in the initiative order and moves and acts as it likes. Okay, so if you were to mount, let's say, if you're playing a paladin and you mount your otherworldly steed, it would retain all of its actions. Well, actually, would it? There's otherworldly steed. Oh no, it's not other. It's fine steed. A B C D E F. Combat. The steed is an ally. Your allies in combat, it already shares your initiative, and it functions as a controlled mount when you ride it. You have the incapacitate condition. The steed takes his turn immediately after yours and acts independently, focusing on protecting you. So it does function as a controlled mount. Can it use its other actions though? Controlled mount can move and act even on the turn that you mount it. I mean, I would say that it does retain its options because this spell, however, I think this is more for mounting like a horse or a camel or something. You have your horse go over and make a hoof attack on its turn. It does mean that you can use the mount speed as your speed, though, which is nice. Yeah, riding a horse or riding a griffin. You can make an otherworldly steed look like a. Oh, yeah, you can make a otherworldly steed be a griffin. Look at that. You could get a fly speed at level 5 as a paladin. You mount your steed. Fly speed 60 feet. It's a 60 feet movement speed, so dashing give 120 feet of movement on turn, which is a considerable amount. These options. I like this life bond. When you regain hit points for level 1 plus spell, the steed regains the same number of hit points if you're within 5 feet of it. Yeah, that makes sense. And even here, they say you can the steed can resemble any type of animal of your choice. So you basically just decide what it looks like. It's just the steed's creature type has to be one of these 3 options: celestial, fey, or fiend. Or draconic beast, though. Okay, any three of those options would work. It's really just a creature type. Really, is just a choice. It'll determine what spells and stuff can affect it. Bonus action spell glare. Yeah. Healing touch. Oh, the celestial steed can heal you. Oh, that is neat. It's very kind to you. Oh, the Fey steed can teleport 60 feet. That's a lot of movement. Fiend steed can frighten targets. I do like the one that heals, though. Oh, granted, it's once per long rest. Okay, that's not as bad then. That's pretty was not as broken as I thought it was. That's exceptionally balanced. Even then, a free heal or a free teleport or a frighten. Pretty decent. Okay. Okay, this is what I was looking at. So this stuff, they've moved over into a new section called Falling Off. If an effect is about to move your mount against its will while you're on it, you must succeed on a DC 10 dexterity saving throw or fall off, landing with the prone condition in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the mount. While mounted, you must make the same save if you're knocked prone or the mount is. Okay. Underwater combat. Anything underwater has this fire damage. Fire damage, that's the same. Make a melee attack with the water. With a weapon underwater, a creature that lacks its swim speed has disadvantage on the attack roll, unless the weapon deals piercing damage. So they've simplified that. A ranged attack roll with a weapon underwater automatically misses a target beyond the weapon's normal range, and the attack roll has disadvantage against a target within normal range. Damage and healing. Oh, that's nice. Let's explain damage and healing, and damage and healing is right under it. Creatures can't spend every hour adventuring, they need rest. Any creature can take hour-long short rests in the midst of a day, and an 8-hour-long rest to end it. Regaining hit points. One of the main benefits of rest. Rules Glossary provides the rules for short and long rests. Damage rolls, critical hits. Roll the attack's damage dice twice, add them together, and add any irrelevant modifiers. Cool. Saving throws and damage. Damage against multiple targets. Damage types are listed in the rules glossary. Resistance and vulnerability. No stacking and order of application. Immunity, healing. Dropping to 0 hit points. Instant death. Let's read about instant death. Here are the money wise creature can die instantly. The monster dies the instant it drops to 0 hit points, although Dungeon Master can ignore this rule for an individual monster and treat it like a character. Hit point maximum of 0. A creature dies if its hit point maximum reaches 0. Okay. Good. Massive damage. When damage reduces a character to 0 hit points and damage remains, the character dies if the remainder equals or exceeds their hit point maximum. Okay. So that's all pretty much the same. Character demise. If your character dies, others might find a magical way to revive your character. Oh, excuse me. Such as with the Raise Dead spell, or talk with the DM about making a new character join the group. Unconscious. If you reach 0 hit points and now die instantly, you have the unconscious condition until you regain any hit points, and you're now making death saving throws. Whenever you start your turn with 0 hit points, you must make a death saving throw to determine whether you creep closer to death or hang on to life. 3 successes, failures. If you roll a 1 on d20 for a death save, suffers 2 failures. Roll 20 on the d20, you regain 1 hit point. Damage points. Any damage while you have 0 hit points, you suffer a death saving throw failure. The damage is from a critical hit, you suffer 2 failures instead. Damage equals or exceeds your hit point maximum, you die. Wait, is that different? I thought it was always a rule if you were hit by melee attacks, you take 2 failed death saves as well. Is it only from critical hits? Yeah, I'm thinking of something else. Stabilizing character. Okay, it's always been just crits. Huh. Take the help action, try to stabilize a creature with 0 hit points. It requires this. Oh, I'm probably thinking of like the paralyzed condition. Melee attacks are automatically critical hits. You can take the help action to stabilize a creature with 0 points, which requires a successful DC 10 Wisdom Medicine check. Stable creature doesn't make those saving throws even though it has 0 hit points, but still has the unconscious condition. Oh, did anyone die from that? Some bad guys will do it. Oh, well, lucky you didn't die. Ration. No conditions. Conditions don't stack. Combat and damage examples. I like these examples. They're nice. Starting combat, rolling initiative. Okay, well, you probably had a reason to make the combat more challenging though. Taking turns, attack rolls, spells, and reactions. Special abilities. Vulnerability. Case of effect, saving throws, damage, and point throws. One of my friends was looking at this with me. They weren't a fan of this type of art, but It's alright. It is different. Well, that is the end of chapter 1, it looks like. Move on to creating a character. Chapter 2. Probably the same as step-by-step characters. Talk with your DM. Choose a character sheet. Pick your character. Choose a class, determine origin, determine ability scores, choose alignment, fill in details. This is slightly different. Origin is now background and species. In the original player's handbook, they encourage you to choose your race first, then your class. Step 4 was picking a background. So class, background and species, ability scores, alignment, fill in details. A lot of people were complaining about this complexity thing. It's whatever, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if these are correct, but yeah, I've always done it race, class, background. Sometimes I even do it race, background, and then class. Balanced party. Classic D&D party comprises a cleric, fighter, rogue, and wizard. Those 4 classes have the longest history in the game, but most importantly, they bring a balanced mix of capabilities to adventurers. Welcome to use that party setup or modify it using these guidelines. Cleric replaced with bard or druid. Fighter replaced with barbarian, monk, paladin, or ranger. Rogue replaced with bard or ranger. Wizard replaced with bard, sorcerer, or warlock. Interesting. Oh, nice. How'd you like Out of the Abyss? I've done it. I've done it before with the group. I was a player, and it was all right, but it was a I don't know. Kind of felt like it dragged a little bit. Not one of the best written adventures, that's for sure. Is that the one that you were playing that paladin in? Yeah, anticlimactic. That. Yep. Yeah. That's pretty descriptive about the abyss. Yeah. Oh, you're playing a homebrew. Okay. Was it a homebrew class? Oh, Herringon Assassin. Yeah. Oh, okay. I actually think I remember you mentioning that character in one of my other videos. Paladin was a homebrew game. Okay. A Herringon Assassin. Pretty decent build. I'm trying to think if the Herringons What is it? Their hair? Is it the hair trigger? Um, Trait, the one that adds your proficiency bonus to initiative. If that stacks with alert, since one's a trait and one's a feat. I think it would. Or maybe it can't. Yeah, I would also fight for it to stack. I guess maybe rules as written it wouldn't. But rule of cool, I would definitely let it stack. Anyone that wants to play a hair and gun and then take the alert feat, I would let both of them stack. Because obviously you're putting everything into that. Yes, raw is annoying sometimes, I agree. Raw does not always feel great. Now let's keep looking at this. Starting a higher level section. Good. We do like those sections. Oh, armor training. Determine origin. Use a background. Oh, this is a useful table. This explicitly tells you which background gives you an ability boost in that specific skill. That is useful. A 20 dex from level 1. Gosh. That's crazy. Yeah. This is a nice table. That does help choosing a background for your character. Word your feet, not proficiencies. Choose starting equipment. Use a species. Following species options are detailed in Chapter 4. Aasimar, Dragonborn, Dwarf, Elf, Gnome, Goliath, Halfling, Human, Orc, and Tiefling. Your past and present. Choose languages. Your character knows at least 3 languages. Common plus 2 languages of your choice. Or choose from the standard languages table. Oh. I think it would. Didn't it used to be a common plus 1? Or not the PHB. I'm thinking of the Mordenkainens. Aren't they supposed to be? Aren't these all common +1? Yeah, they're a common +1. Now the base roll is common +2. Yeah, I guess this balances out because backgrounds no longer provide a language. You can't get languages from backgrounds anymore. So interesting. That means every player character in D&D will know common +2 languages. Some characters might know more. Like rogues, thieves can't in one extra language of their choice. Interesting. Some features. Let a character learn a rare language. I like tables like this. I don't know what 2 languages I want. I'll just roll. You can just roll on the table twice, which is nice. It's like Dwarvish, Elvish, and Halfling are the most common, which kind of makes sense to me. Yes, there is still a Druidic language. It's on the rare languages. The rare languages is Abyssal, Celestial, Deep Speech, Druidic, Infernal, Primordial, which has an asterisk. Includes the Orin, or the Aquan, Orin, Ignan, and Terran dialects. Sylvan, Thieves' Cant, and Undercommon. I'll have to look when we look at Rogue here today. We need to double check and see if it specifies a standard language or any language. That'd be interesting. Determine ability scores. Looks like we still have standard array, still have random generation. Roll 46s, record the total of the highest 3 dice. Do this 5 more times till you have 6 numbers. And then point cost. In my experience, either option works well. This depends on the type of campaign you want to run. Random generation is more random, so you have the potential of having extremely powerful characters or extremely underpowered characters, depending on how good people roll. Standard array and point buy are more balanced for the game, as I've come to realize. Oh, has it? Oh, you started in first edition. How was it? I know original Dungeons and Dragons was very different, but I'm curious how has it been? Have you played like every single edition that's come around? Has it been interesting to see like the development of Dungeons and Dragons? Oh wait, you might not have played. You just said it was around since first edition. I misread. Okay, you skipped third and fourth. I know third edition was really popular, and fourth edition wasn't that popular because it was more rules oriented. I have read some adventures of fourth edition though, and fourth edition had some interesting adventures. It's second up until 2020. That's nice. Yeah, fourth was a board game slash video game. Pretty much. This is exactly the same. Assign ability scores. Now this is interesting. I like that they have a standard array by class table. So if you really don't want to think about your options, you can just go with this. Personally, I would swap the 10 and the 8 for Sorcerer. Yeah, D&D for dummies. D&D for the new players. This does seem pretty streamlined though and easy to allow new players to design a character though. Just ability scores from your background. Backgrounds and species from older books. Using a background from an older book, adjust your ability scores by increasing one score by 2 and a different one by 1, or increase 3 scores by 1. None of these increases can raise a score above 20. Similarly, species in older books include ability score increases. Using a species from an older book, ignore those increases and use only the ones given by your background. Also, if your background doesn't provide a feat, you can gain an origin feat of your choice. Cool. That's nice. That means I'm thinking in particular backgrounds like the ones from Big B's Glory of the Giants. They provided feats as a part of the backgrounds. That means you could still get those specific feat. You could still get that specific feat instead of choosing an origin feat. Cool. I like that. Ability modifiers. Describe appearance and personality. Oh. Cool little tables to give your characters a character description, appearance and personality. I would guess so, and I think it will also explain a bunch of the stuff, all the rules that the DM has to have some kind of oversight over. We do know that the new Bastion rules, the new rules for Bastions, are going to be included in there as well. I think there's its own chapter dedicated to that, which I think will be pretty interesting. At least having having rules for that type of thing will be cool. I think more players will have Bastions since that's something that the DM can actually control now. Muscular, semi protective, direct, weak, slight, self-conscious, indirect. Yeah, he did talk about it. High dexterity, lithe, dynamic, fidgety, poised. Low dexterity is jittery, clumsy, hesitant, unsteady. Constitution, energetic. Hale, hardy, stable, low constitution, frail, squeamish, lethargic, frail. I don't know if I've heard this word before. Hale, strong and healthy.
Hail.
I don't think I've ever used that word before. Bastions and Minecraft. Yeah, Bastions definitely more crafting rules because they're gonna have rules for crafting magic items, and then they're gonna have the humongous chapter on magic items. Which I also have seen that they've added a bunch of magic items to the DMG as well that weren't in there previously, so I'm excited to see all that in November. Sucks that we have to wait 2 months. I do hope they come out with some more videos, though, talking about what's going to be in the book, though, either later this month or in October, because they definitely need some showcasing of what's going to be in there in order to get people to want to buy the book. We need to know what we're going to be spending money for. Yeah, it comes out in November. Logical, informative, curious, artless, illogical, uninformed, frivolous. Wisdom serene, considerate, attentive, wary. Low wisdom is rash, distracted, oblivious, naive. Charisma, charming, commanding, hilarious, inspiring. Low charisma, pedantic, tactless. These are nice just for like, yeah, coming up with a character's appearance and personality. Because the physical ones determine your appearance, and then the mental scores determine personality. And I guess the difference between low and high would be low would probably be lower, would be I wonder what the cutoff is. I'm guessing high would be anything that has pluses, and low would be anything that doesn't. I might even say that low is anything lower than 0. Choose an alignment. It's interesting to me that they kept alignment in here. Consider. Well, actually, no. I guess it doesn't, because they're really trying not to overwrite any of the previous 5th edition rules. So oh, let me just open that. They probably defined it more. And for monster stat blocks particularly, I've noticed that they don't have the wording typically this alignment any longer. It's just they just state the alignment. So they're probably in the monster manual going to clarify out that yeah, this does sound like the replacement for the traits, ideals, bonds, flaws, which I'm okay with. I'm glad it's not completely out of the game. But I was saying, I'm assuming that they're gonna clarify in the monster manual that alignment. The alignment of a monster in a stat block doesn't necessarily mean that the monster is always that particular alignment. And here they break down all the different alignments. Unaligned creatures. Most creatures that lack the capacity for rational thought don't have alignments. They are unaligned. Sharks are savage predators, for example, but they aren't evil. They are unaligned. Oh, personality traits by alignment. Here, this is something else. 1d4 for each alignment. Right, so chaotic is boastful, impulsive, rebellious, self-absorbed. Good is compassionate, helpful, honest, kind. Evil is dishonest, vengeful, cruel, greedy. Lawful is cooperative, loyal, judgmental, methodical. Neutral is selfish, disinterested, laconic, and pragmatic. Goodness gracious. They're really pulling out the thesaurus. And using very few words. I'm an English. I have an English major, but even I don't recognize some of these words. Yeah, chaotic, evil, silver dragon. Step 5, fill in details. Record class features, fill in numbers. Level 1 hit points by class. 12 plus con, 10 plus con, 6 plus con. I should write your dex modifier in the space for initiative on your character sheet. Melee attack bonus, attack bonus. Spell save DC, spell attack bonus. Name your character, rate final details, gender. What's your deepest fear? On your adventures, you seek knowledge, wealth, glory, entitlement, justice, mercy, power, or something else. Level advancement. I doubt they changed any of these values. Yeah, absolutely zero changes. Gaining a level. When you gain a level, follow these steps. Use a class. Might decide to gain a level in another class using the rules in the multi-classing section. Just hit points and hit point die. That's per level. Yeah, so you can roll, but instead of rolling, you can use fixed value shown in the fixed hit point column. Depending on how brave you are. Or new class features, adjust proficiency bonus, adjustable scores. Tiers of play. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, 4. Threats they face usually pose a danger to local farmsteads or villages. Characters now face dangers that threaten cities and kingdoms. These adventurers can confront threats to whole regions. Fate of the world or even the order of the multiverse might hang in the balance during their adventures. Bonus feats at level 20. A DM can use feats as a form of advancement after characters reach level 20 to provide greater power to characters who have no levels to gain. With this approach, each character gains 1 feat of their choice for every 30,000 XP the character earns above 155,000 XP. Epic boon feats are especially appropriate for these bonus feats, but a player can choose any feat which their level 20 character qualifies. I'm curious, have you ever played a campaign above level 20? I've played a campaign to level 20. And we did get awarded a epic boon when we reached level 20. Because the DM was nice. Yeah, not yet. Most people don't. I'm trying to I'm really curious if there is if there's any benefit to running games over level 20. I mean, besides getting extra epic boons, but I think it'll be dependent on what monsters are going to be in the new monster manual. Yeah, I've almost never played in a campaign that goes above 11 or 15. Just the first campaign I was in, which was a homebrew campaign, and we did go all the way to 20. It was a long campaign. It took I think I think it took 3 years to get entirely through, and it was a fun campaign. But I've also run more campaigns that I've played in. Yeah, homebrew campaigns do take a while to go through. The quickest campaign I've run was Waterdeep Dragon Heist. That that only takes about 6 months at the latest. It's a pretty quick campaign. But it was a lot of fun. Oh, didn't mean that. Yeah, running a campaign can be really fun. Um, it does take a little bit of experience, but if you, as long as you played in a few campaigns, you probably have a lot of the experience necessary because you've seen how your has run games. It's really just working on the fly, adapting to what your players do. Now, unless I'm mistaken, starting at higher levels was something in the DMG. 1988. Well, oh, you're thinking about running that one at some point. Yeah, Dragon Heist is a fun, quick campaign to run. It's fairly easy to run, and it really doesn't require a whole lot of DM prep. It's one of the easiest campaigns I run, and it's so easy to get through. There's really only one part that requires some work on the DM's part, and that's just this one section between two different parts. Yeah, yeah, lower levels can be annoying. I'm almost positive. I look in Dungeon Master's Guide. I'm almost positive starting at higher levels was in here. Yeah. Yeah, anything could kill a level 1 character. That's just how it is. Look. Dungeon Master's Guide 2014. I was right. Yep, yeah, this was in the DMG, and now it's a part of the player's handbook. You might start your group characters at a level higher than 1. It's particularly recommended to start at level 3 if your group is composed of seasoned D&D players. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, because level 3 now is where every character will get their subclass. Creating a higher level character uses the same character creation steps. Advancing beyond level 1, provided in a level advancement section. You begin with the minimum amount of XP required to reach your starting level. For example, the DM says you start at level 10, you have 64,000. Yep, makes sense. I also added starting equipment at higher levels too, which is nice. Did this change at all? What? Oh, they didn't. They don't have low magic standard campaign and high magic campaign split now, but they might have something like this in the DMG. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I was pretty sure that was the rule. Starting level 2 to 4, normal starting equipment plus 1 common magic item. I guess that means we will be getting common magic items in the DMG then, which is nice. 500. 1 common, 1 uncommon. They're using the high magic campaign rules. Yeah, this is the high magic table. 2 common, 3 uncommon, 1 rare. Oh wait, this is different. 4 uncommon. There's 3 uncommon here. 3 rare. 2 rare over here. And 1 very rare. Oh, so they add an extra uncommon and rare item. But they do have, they did add in the common magic items over here, which is nice. Okay, that's good. Common items need to be in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Okay, so they did make a couple changes to this, which is interesting. Basically, the only changes are this, and then adding in the common options. multi-classing rules. Gain levels and classes. There are prerequisites. Points, hit points, hit dice, proficiency bonus, proficiencies, class features. Extra attack features don't stack, as they always haven't. Yeah, Warlock's Thirsting Blade Invocation doesn't stack with extra attack. Unless you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 and not playing Honor Mode. They do stack in that. Spellcasting. Use the rules below. Spell slots per spell level. This is probably exactly the same. I don't think they section is multi-classing. Chapter 6. Yeah, this should be exactly the same. Yeah. Spells prepared. Determine what spells you prepare for each class individually. If you're a single class member of that class. So potentially multi-classing will give you more spells prepared. If you are a level 4 ranger and level 3 sorcerer, you are multi-ability score dependent. Which may not be a great multi-class. Cantrips. If a cantrip yours increases your power at higher levels, the increase is based on your total character level, not your level in a particular class, unless the spell says otherwise. Spell slots. Determine your available spell slots by adding it together the following. All your levels in the Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, and Wizard classes. After your levels round up in the Paladin Ranger subclasses. Oh, it's round up now instead of round down. That's a buff for multi-classer. Though they might have also done that because all half casters get their spellcasting level 1 now. Yeah, actually that is why they did that probably. That is better though. Yeah, I've already seen multiple content creators talking about if you watch D4 Deep Dive, he almost always takes one level of fighter in almost every build he's ever done. And that will not change because now one level fighter gives you weapon masteries. Early one level in barbarian fighter, paladin, or ranger and rogue will get you that weapon masters. Yes, I love Dungeon Dudes too. They're such a great content team. They have great videos. 1/3 of your fighter or rogue levels round down. That's still round down, okay. Pact Magic. You have the Pact Magic feature from the Warlock class and the Spellcasting feature. You use the spell slots you gain from Pact Magic to cast spells you have prepared from classes with the Spellcasting feature, and you can use the spell slots you gain from the Spellcasting feature to cast Warlock spells you have prepared. That's the same. They've changed the wording a little bit. Trinkets. When you make your character, you can roll once on the trinkets table to gain a tiny trinket. A simple item, lightly touched by mystery. The DM might also use this table. It can help stock a room in a dungeon or fill a creature's pockets. Yay! So every character gets one trinket now when they create a character. I don't know if that was a suggested rule in here, but I always ran it like that. Oh, no, it was the same. When you make a character, you can roll once on the trinkets table. I've always given my characters trinkets. Yes, Sean, trinkets. Every character gets a trinket starting off. I wonder if these have changed at all? That looks the same. This is the same, just they've taken out piece of. That's the same. 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 This is the same. And a lock of someone's hair. That's different. A rope necklace with dangles 4 mummified elf fingers. That's slightly different. And a deed. Same. 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 Right, they took out a weird. They took out the word weird. This looks the same. Yeah, maybe elf fingers was a bit too creepy. Unless you're playing. The only way I see that as being okay is if you're playing an evil characters. Well, a lock of hair could be maybe an item of endearment. Maybe it's the lock of hair of a loved one that has passed away, or a token of admiration. Or just a necklace with 4 mummified elf fingers on it. Maybe, yeah, maybe a stalker. It could also be a maybe a strand of hag hair if you're playing a archfey patron. Maybe it's a gift. Maybe it's a gift from your patron. There's some cool ideas from that. Okay, where was I? The same. I took out the word tiny from 25. Yeah, mummified elf is tied in a lock of hair, I guess. A bag containing 47 teeth, one of which is rotten. That's the same. That's weird that they changed the elf fingers, but not that. Because that's weird. A shard of obsidian that feels warm to the touch. Same. They took out the word bony and plain. 28. 30, same. They took they changed in the shape of to that is. Glass vial filled with nail clippings. That's always been weird. That's the same. That's the same. That's the same. They took out small, just a weightless stone. Took out tiny, empty glass vial that smells of perfume. They took out one opened, because obviously. Um, 40 looks the same. 41 looks the same. 42 looks the same. 43 looks 43 they took out tiny again. Just taking out adjectives. They took out the specification that it's a gnome crafted lamp. They used a miniature instead of tiny here. A dead spray instead of clear glass bottle, same. Red sand, spider. Glass vat looks the same. Glass sword for the water, which swims clockwork goldfish, that's the same. This is the same, it's just italicized the O. Made from gold color wood, same. 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 Uh, 59 same. 60 same. Cameo of a hideous person instead of in the likeness of a hideous person. Same. Same. A cone of sticky black incense instead of a pyramid sticky black incense that smells very bad. Okay, they've changed the wording on this quite a bit. They've changed the wording on 65. Same. They took out from a door on 69. Took out small 70. 71's the same. 72 looks the same. 73. They've changed the wording. Eggshell painted with scenes of misery and disturbing detail. The shell of an egg painted with scenes of human misery, disturbing detail. It doesn't have to be human. Fan that when folded it shows the sleeping cat, same. 75 same. 76 is the same. 77 is the same. Well, no, a little bit of a word changing. Took out the word complex. 78. Ornate scabbard that fits no blade you have found. They took out so far. 79 is the same. 80 is the same. Mm, trying to get that same. Let's see. Purple handkerchief embroidered with the name of an archmage. Oh, they took out the word powerful. Funny. They replaced some other with another. Cloth. That when unfolded turns into a stylish cap. Same. It said far off city instead of far flung. Same. Wording change on 86, but it's the same thing. Hmm. 87 is the same. 88 has some word changing. Yeah, a book. They took out that tales, the story of. They replaced that with a book about. Vial of Dragon Blood is same. 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 Same here. 93 is the same. That's the same. That's the same. That's the same. Uh, 97 is the same. 98 is the same. 99 is the same. And 100 is the same. Okay. Very few. There's only one actual change in here. The rest are just simplifications of wording. Which one was it? Number 9. Number 9 is the only one that they changed. Interesting choice. They also changed the art here. Oh, there's the clockwork fish inside the glass orb. Cool. Okay. We are into character classes. Cool art there. The heroes, Mercian, Molliver, Strongheart, and Ringle Run protect a portal to another character class's plane from diabolical invaders. Hey, there's not a class. There's not a summary of all the classes. There's just talk about them. So we're about to see quite a few changes here. Give me one sec. I'm gonna order some food. I'm starting to get hungry. Chapter offers 12 classes, each of which contains 4 subclasses, all summarized below. Barbarian storm with rage and wade into hand-to-hand combat, then follow the path of the Berserker to unleash raw violence, Wild Heart to manifest kinship with animals, World Tree to tap into cosmic vitality, Zealot to rage and union with the god. Hmm. Bard. Perform spells that inspire and heal allies or beguile foes, then join the College of Dance to harness agility in battle, glamour to weave beguiling Feywild magic, lore to collect knowledge and magical secrets, valor, wield weapons with spells. Cleric, life domain, light domain, trickery domain, war domain, druid, land, moon, sea, stars, fighter, battle master, champion, eldritch knight, sight warrior. Monk is mercy, shadow, elements, open hand. Paladin, devotion, glory, ancient's vengeance. Ranger, beastmaster, fey wanderer, gloomstalker, hunter. Rogue, arcane, trickster, assassin, soul knife, thief. Oh wait, I do not need to be in. We need to look at the legacy. Oh, sorry, I wasn't done looking at these. Rogue, arcane, trickster, assassin, soul knife, thief. Sorcerer, aberrant sorcery, clockwork sorcery, draconic sorcery, and wild magic. Warlock, archfey patron, celestial patron, fiend patron, the old one patron. Wizard, abjurer, diviner, evoker, illusionist. See here, the art for the barbarian is very different now. It's like this barbarian has killed a dragon. Fierce warrior of primal rage. Okay. Order food real quick. All right. Let's see here. Core barbarian traits. Oh, thank you. I'm using my camera audio now instead of the microphone on these headphones, which apparently cuts out sometimes if I talk too quietly. So I'm glad this option is working. Hopefully at some point I can just get a one of those microphones to use. Thank you. I'm glad it is better. I'll start using this for recordings then, because that will fix that problem. Okay, so let's see. Core barbarian traits. Primary ability: strength. Hit point dies d12 per barbarian level. Saving throw proficiency: strength and constitution. Choose two: animal handling, athletics, intimidation, nature, perception, or survival. Weapon proficiencies: simple and martial weapons, light and medium armor and shields. Starting equipment: choose A or B. Great axe, hand axes, explorer's pack, and 50 gold pieces. Or B, 75 gold pieces. Yes, I do have a Patreon. It is in the link of my or not in the link. It's in the the only thing I've done on there currently is just released videos early as soon as they're ready. But I will end up releasing homebrew content on there, because I do plan on doing videos for that at some point and sharing stuff that I've made whenever we get there. As soon as I'm done previewing all the classes in this book, which is the only thing I really haven't done, that and spells is probably when I'll start doing homebrew stuff. I also want to redesign previously released subclasses for the 24 rules, so that just update them a little bit so they work better with the wording. And maybe make improvements where some need to be made. My Patreon is under the same name as my YouTube. Hey, I completely understand. I'm on a fixed income too. Right now, I am just doing this for fun. But I would greatly appreciate a subscription. That'd be very nice of you. Let's see here. $75 gold pieces, or I do like this choose A or B. You can just get a equipment package, or just take the gold and buy your own equipment. Oh, I see. Yeah. Alrighty. What do we got here? I cut out a bunch of this fluff. Probably because I realized that a lot of people don't read as much. This is a very brief description of what a barbarian is. Let me go into becoming a barbarian. As a level 1 character, gain all the traits of the core barbarian traits table. Gain the barbarian's level 1 features, which are listed in the barbarian feature table. As a multi-class character, gain the following traits with the core barbarian traits table. Hit point die, proficiency with martial weapons, and training with shields. That should be exactly the same. I think I looked at these earlier. Yeah. Now they have this core barbarian traits table, and then they have the barbarian features table, which I guess is good because this tells you about the class, and then this tells you all the features and stuff you get from the class. So obviously, we can see right off the bat, weapon masteries is a new new column on the table here. Weapon mastery is a new feature. Reckless attack and danger sense. They've put them alphabetically. Primal path. Here. It's just barbarian subclass now. Primal knowledge was a Tasha's optional feature, which has changed slightly. Ability score improvement, same attack, extra attack, and fast movement. Subclass feature at level 6. 7 is Feral Instinct. Instinctive Pounces from Tasha's. Ability score at 8. Subclass feature level 9. Or, sorry, subclass feature level 10. Brutal Strike has replaced Brutal Critical. Relentless Rage is to 11th level. Improved Brutal Strike replaces Brutal Critical 2 dice. Subclass feature level 14. Persistent Rage is still 15. Ability score improvement. Improved Brutal Strike replaces Brutal Critical 3 dice. Indomitable Might is still level 18. Epic Boon has replaced ability score improvement because you can now take an Epic Boon at level 19 instead of an ability score improvement if you so wish. You can also take any other feat at level 19, but you should probably take an Epic Boon feat just because they're better. And then Primal Champion is at level 20. Barbarian Rages no longer become unlimited at level 20. That's because they don't want to give you an unlimited resource anymore. It doesn't look like the scaling on rage damage has changed. Goes to 4 at 16 and 9 or plus 3 at level 9, which is the same. Yeah, that's exactly the same. They didn't change that at all. Did they change the scaling on this? No, 5 at 12, 6 at 17. Goes to 3 at 3rd level and 4 at 6th level. That's exactly the same. Level 1. Sure. Oh, I didn't look to see if any of this changed. Yeah, of course none of this changed. Simple weapons and martial weapons is the same. No tools, that didn't change. Strength and con, saving throw proficiencies. Animal handling, athletics, intimidation, nature, survival, none of that changed. Starter equipment slightly changed, I guess. Great Axe, 4 hand axes, Explorer's Pack, and 15 gold pieces. Yeah. Took out javelins, basically, and gave you 2 extra hand axes. Which I guess is relatively the same. The distance you can throw them is different, but... Alright, level 1, Rage. A lot more text in here. So you can imbue yourself with a primal power called Rage, a force that grants you extraordinary might and resilience. You can enter it as a bonus action if you aren't wearing heavy armor. You can enter the Rage a number of times shown for your Barbarian level in the Rage column of the Barbarian Features table. You regain 1 expended use when you finish a short rest, and all expended uses when you finish a long rest. That part is new. While active, your rage follows the rules below. Well, 1 expended use regain on a short rest is already really good. Gives you a reason to take a short rest. So damage resistance, you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Rage damage, when you make an attack using strength with either a weapon or an unarmed strike, no longer specifies melee weapon attack. So now works on unarmed strikes, as well as thrown weapons that you throw, which is nice. And deal damage to the target. You gain a bonus to the damage that increases as you gain levels as a barbarian, as shown in the rage damage column of the barbarian features table. Good. You have advantages on strength checks and strength saving throws. That's good there. Duration, the rage lasts until the end of your next turn, and it ends early if you don heavy armor or have the incapacitated condition. That's slightly different. I don't know why you would try to don heavy armor while you're raging, though. If your rage is still active on your next turn, you can extend the rage for another round by doing one of the following. Make an attack roll against an enemy, force an enemy to make a saving throw, take a bonus action to extend your rage. There's 2 additional options to extend the rage, which is good. Should at least make sure that your rage is always happening. Oh, that's why, actually, that's why it makes perfect sense why your rage would end if you got the incapacitated condition, because you couldn't take any type of actions, which would negate you making any of those. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. Each time the rage is extended, it lasts until the end of your next turn. You can maintain a rage for up to 10 minutes. That is a lot longer than the 1 minute, the old player's handbook. So here on armored defense, while you aren't wearing any armor, your base armor class equals 10. Yeah, much better than having a party member punch you to keep your rage going. Exactly. The way that they changed this too means your rage is no longer extended when you take damage either. So now punching your now punching the barbarian will not extend their rage. So there's no point in doing that anymore. Okay, so you just have to make an attack, force an enemy to make a saving throw, or take a bonus action to extend it. Pretty simple. And I imagine most of the time you won't have anything to do with your bonus action other than extend your rage. But I'm sure there's abilities that do that. And you're going to be doing this pretty much every turn. Let's see here. Unarmored defense, 10 plus dex and con modifiers. You'll use a shield and gain this benefit, so that's exactly the same. Weapon mastery is entirely new. Your training with weapons allows you to use mastery properties of two kinds of simple or martial melee weapons of your choice, such as hand axes and great axes and hand axes. Excuse me. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can practice weapon drills and change one of those weapon choices. When you reach certain barbarian levels, you gain the ability to use the mastery properties of more kinds of weapons as shown in the weapon mastery column of the barbarian features table. So you start with 2, you gain 3 when you reach 4th level, and you get 4 when you reach 10th level, and it maxes out at 4. Cool. I can't imagine you ever needing more than 4 mastery properties as a barbarian. 2 starting off is enough, probably. Okay, let's see here. Danger sense. You gain an uncanny sense of when things aren't as they should be, giving you an edge. Dodge perils. You have advantage on dexterity saving throws unless you have the incapacitated condition. That is a lot less of a restriction than this. They took out blinded and deafened, so you still have advantage on dexterity saving throws when you're blinded and deafened. Incapacitated is the only thing that prevents you from gaining advantage. Neat. Reckless attacks. You can throw aside all concern for defense to attack with increased ferocity. When you make your first attack roll on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Doing so gives you advantage on attack rolls using strength until the start of your next turn. When attack rolls against you have advantage during that time. Advantage on attack rolls until the start of your next turn. That's a longer duration. It used to just be during this turn. That means you can have advantage on opportunity attacks if you use reckless attack, which is really nice. That's a nice buff. Like that. Barbarian, a subclass. We gain Berserker, Wildheart, Path of World Tree, and Path of Zealot. I think the only ones that were in PHB were Berserker and Totem Warrior, which Wildheart is just the revised Totem Warrior. They just changed the name. Path of World Tree is completely new to Dungeons and Dragons, and then Zealot appeared in I think Xanathar's? Be cautious though, it's one of the two. We'll be able to see later. Subclass is a specialization that grants you features at certain barbarian levels. For the rest of your career, you gain each of your subclasses features that are of your barbarian level or lower. Level 3 Primal Knowledge. This is a optional class feature that was in Tasha's. Now it's part of the main type. You gain proficiency in another skill of your choice from the skill list available to barbarians at level 1. In addition, while your rage is active, you can channel primal power when you attempt certain tasks. Whenever you make an ability check using one of the following skills, you can make it as a strength check if it normally uses a different ability. Acrobatics, intimidation, perception, stealth, or survival. A good list of skills. When you use this ability, your strength represents primal power coursing through you, honing your agility, bearing, and senses. Nice. That's a nice addition there. And all old primal knowledge did was give you an additional skill proficiency at 3rd level when you gained it, and then another one at level 10. So yeah, that's a buff to primal knowledge. We sacrificed gaining a skill proficiency at level 10 for this, which is arguably better. Ability score improvement. You gain the ability score improvement feat or another feat of your choice for which you qualify. You gain this feature again on Barbarian levels 8, 12, and 16. It's nice that they have feats baked in all classes now. Oh, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Catch you later. Okay, let's see here. Extra attack. Attack twice instead of once. We can take the attack action on your turn. So same. Fast movement. Speed increases by 10 feet while you aren't wearing heavy armor. It's the same. Feral instinct. Your instincts are honed, so you have an advantage on initiative rolls. They took out the surprise part because surprise just gives you disadvantage on initiative rolls now, so they're no longer needed. Instinctive pounce. As part of the bonus action you take to enter your rage, you can move up to half your speed. That's the same. That's good. That's it for the optional Tasha's features that were added in. Brutal Strike is completely different here. No longer just applies for when you crit. Let's see. If you use Reckless Attack, you can forego any advantage on one strength-based attack roll of your choice on your turn. Chosen attack roll mustn't have disadvantage. If the chosen attack roll hits, the target takes an extra 1d10 damage of the type dealt by the weapon or unarmed strike, and you can cause one brutal strike effect of your choice. You have the following effect options. Forceful blow. Target is pushed 15 feet straight away from you. You can then move up to half your speed straight towards the target without provoking opportunity attacks. That is nice. A hamstring blow. The target's speed is reduced by 15 feet until the start of your next turn. The target can be affected by only one hamstring blow at a time, the most recent one. Good options there. Forceful blow is good. Hamstring blow is pretty good. You certainly stack the speed reduction with some other stuff. Any weapon that has the slow property, you could hamstring and slow to reduce speed by 25 feet. That's pretty effective. Level 11, Relentless Rage. Rage can keep you fighting despite grievous wounds. If you drop to 0 hit points while your rage is active and don't die outright, you can make a DC 10 Constitution saving throw. If you succeed, your hit points instead change to a number equal to twice your barbarian level. Each time you use this feature after the first, the DC increases by 5. When you finish a short or long rest, the DC resets to 10. That's pretty much the same. Oh, no, except for this. Instead, if you succeeded, you drop to 1 hit point. Now, your hit points instead change to twice your barbarian level, which at level 11 is 22, which is pretty significant. And interestingly enough, I think your rage would still be active because you don't gain the incapacitated condition. So Relentless Rage is pretty good. I'm sure that worked same way there, but I just noticed that connection was pretty decent. This is gonna keep you in battle far longer. Oh, hey Cody. Yeah, no, this seems pretty decent. This is gonna do ensure that you at least stay in the fight for one more round. Once the DC starts to increase, it's another. It will vary depending on how well you roll. But yeah, just gaining back 22 hit points after you drop to 0 is basically a free heal. Let's see here. Improved Brutal Strike. Following effects are now among your Brutal Strike options. Staggering Blow, the target has a disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes, and it can't make opportunity attacks until the start of your next turn. Decent. Sundering Blow. Before the start of your next turn, the next attack roll made by another creature against the target gains a +5 bonus to the roll. Interesting. An attack roll can only gain one Sundering Blow bonus. This is interesting. I don't think any other feature does anything like that. You're giving an ally +5 bonus. Yeah, exactly. Improved Brutal Strike is pretty good, but normal Brutal. I mean, 1d10 extra damage isn't bad, but it's not crazy. Yeah, exactly. Flat bonuses are very rare. Yes, yeah, this can stack with advantage, so I mean, it does have that going for it. It's very interesting that they chose a flat bonus rather than advantage, though. That's all I'll say on that. That's more shocking than anything else. Let's see. Persistent Rage. When you roll initiative, you can regain all expended uses of rage. There you go. After you regain uses of rage in this way, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Makes sense. In addition, your rage is so fierce that it now lasts for 10 minutes without you needing to do anything to extend it from round to round. That is good. Rage ends early if you have the unconscious condition, not just the incapacitated condition, or don heavy armor. Yeah, so that's a straight buff to your rage. No longer needing to extend it. It ends early, only if you have the unconscious condition, basically. Incapacitated isn't going to stop your raging. So that's pretty decent there. Actually, this is crazy. That is going to be... I mean, that's late in the game, but if you get to 15th level, you can just go through it. Combat encounters, like, they're putty. You can just rage every combat. No worries. Level 17. Improved Brutal Strike. Extra damage of Brutal Strike increases to 2d10. Okay, that's what we needed. In addition, you can use 2 different Brutal Strike effects when you use the Brutal Strike feature. That is good. Maybe I want to do Sundering Blow and Hamstring Blow, or Forceful Blow and Staggering Blow. Would have liked to see a few more options, probably. Personally, I would have liked the D10 to be a D12. But it's whatever. Also, I want to look at this. You can only use Brutal Strike once per turn. Okay. And it can't be on a opportunity attack. It has to be an attack on your turn. Okay, so you're going to use Reckless Attack. Forgo advantage on one of your attacks to deal an extra d10 damage. Hopefully you hit. Going to be able to also basically add a maneuver to it as well. And then 13th level you get more options. 17th level you're dealing more damage and applying 2 options. So yeah, some versatility. Indomitable Might. If your total for a strength check or strength saving throw is less than your strength score, you can use that score in place of the total. Yeah, that's exactly the same, pretty much. I probably would have liked to see this at a earlier level, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, this is a good feature. It is a ribbon feature, but it is good. Level 19, Epic Boon. You gain an Epic Boon feat or another feat of your choice for which you qualify. You definitely want to choose an Epic Boon at 19th level. Boon of Irresistible Offense is recommended. Level 20, Primal Power. You embody Primal Power. Your strength and constitution scores increase by 4 to a maximum of 25. 25. So that's slightly different. The max was 24. But they did that because your Epic Boon could increase your 20 to a 21. So this just prevents you from wasting any increase. Food here? It is. Let me go grab my food real quick and then we'll look at subclasses. I'll be back in just a second. Okay. I ordered food and they gave me 2 free drinks, even though I didn't have drinks on my order. Kind of them. Okay, let's do this. I actually realized I do not need these headphones because I'm not like listening to any music. Let me look though. There's no reason why we can't be playing some music in the background. And some like royalty-free music for YouTube. Make sure it's not super loud either. Can't tell if anyone is hearing that as well. Look like it. Okay, no music. Let me see here. Oh, that's gonna produce an echo. That didn't change it. Maybe this does work. Nope, that doesn't. That isn't either. Um, I wonder, is it because I'm not like playing it on this screen? Nope, that's not what it is. Um, the audio capture device. Oh no, wait. Let me try this. Um, no, that's not. That's not working. Okay. Has to be this desktop audio. Let's see here. Oh, it says it's active. Oh, no, definitely don't want to do that. Mm. Desktop audio not working. Oh, you guys heard that ping though, right? um, hmm. Let me try. I need an audio output. Oh wait, can you guys hear that now? Oh, okay, cool. Nice, nice, nice. I got it to work. Now we can have some music playing in the background. That'll be nice. Okay, where were we? Barbarian subclasses. Subclass is specialization that grants you features at certain levels. Oh, let me know too if the audio is too loud on the music to where you can't hear me very well, because I can adjust it. Oh, not that much. There we go. That's enough. Alrighty. So let's see. Path of the Berserker. Here's our art for the Berserker. Pretty neat. Barbarians who walk the path of the Berserker direct their rage primarily toward violence. Their path is one of untrammeled fury, and they thrill in the chaos of battle as they allow their rage to seize and empower them. Yeah, the art is pretty cool. I like most of the art in this book, to be honest. Okay. Let's see here. Path of the Berserker Legacy. Let's say level 3, Frenzy. If you use Reckless Attack while your rage is active, you deal extra damage to the first target you hit on your turn with a strength-based attack. To determine the extra damage, roll a number of D6s equal to your rage damage bonus and add them together. The damage has the same type as the weapon or unarmed strike used for the attack. That's pretty good. I'm not going to say no to extra damage. And that is instead of making a attack as a bonus action on your turn, but then you gain a level of exhaustion after your rage ends. So honestly, yeah, I like the bonus action attack, but yeah, the exhaustion was really bad. So I'm not gonna say no to getting extra damage instead of making a bonus action attack. Honestly, the extra damage might be better because it starts at 2d6, goes to 3d6, and then caps at 4d6, so a lot of extra damage on a turn. I don't know what that is, but crap. And it's nice that you can do unarmed strikes now. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's basically equivalent. And honestly, it's slightly better as you gain at later levels. Let's see. Mindless Rage. You have immunity to the charmed and frightened conditions while your rage is active. If you're charmed or frightened when you enter your rage, the condition ends on you. Okay, that's different. It used to be suspended for the rage. Now, raging just ends the condition. That's an improvement there. Retaliation was moved from 14th level to 10th level. When you take damage from a creature that is within 5 feet of you, you can take a reaction to make one melee attack against that creature using a weapon or an unarmed strike. Retaliation. When you take damage from a creature that is within 5 feet of you, you can use a reaction to make a melee weapon attack against that creature. So, exact same thing, they just moved it to 10th level, which I think is perfectly fine. And then 14th level, how do we change Intimidating Presence? As a bonus action, that's already a change. You strike terror into others with your menacing presence and primal power. When you do so, each creature of your choice in a 30-foot emanation originating from you must make a wisdom saving throw DC 8 plus your strength modifier and proficiency bonus. On a failed save, a creature has the frightened condition for 1 minute, at the end of each of the frightened creature's turns, the creature repeats the save, ending the effect on itself on a success. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest, unless you expend a use of your rage, no action required to restore your use of it. This is a major improvement. Used to be an action. Used to be one creature within 30 feet. Now it's each creature of your choice within 30 feet. It scales on your strength modifier instead of your charisma modifier. And they're frightened for a minute instead of until the end of your turn. And they're no longer immune to the feature once they succeed the saving throw. That's a lot better. That is a major improvement. And you can do it more than once if he uses a rage, which is pretty nice. Especially since at 15th level, which is the direct level after that, you can regain all expended uses of rage when you roll initiative, so that's not going to be a detriment if you want to use it more than once. Wow. It's a major improvement. Dang, Path of the Berserker looking pretty good. Extra damage, immunity to Charmed and Frightened. Reaction attacks. And a extremely buffed Intimidating Presence. That is very, very good. Path of the Wild Heart. This was Path of the Totem Warrior. And bear with me as I think that was slowly. I'm going to be chewing on some food while we're looking at this. A Path of the Wild Heart. Barbarians who follow the Path of the Wild Heart view themselves as kin to animals. These barbarians learn magical means to communicate with animals, and their rage heightens their connection to animals as it fills them with supernatural might. Level 3, Animal Speaker. You can cast the Beast Sense and Speak with Animal spells, but only as rituals. Wisdom is your spellcast ability for, though. It's pretty much the same. I just renamed it. Rage of the Wilds. Your rage taps into the primal power of animals. Whenever you activate your rage, you gain one of the following options of your choice. Okay, so you can change it every time you rage. Okay. Bear. While your rage is active, you have resistance to every damage type except Force, Necrotic, Psychic, and Radiant. As opposed to all damage except Psychic. We knew that they were going to nerf this. This is nowhere near as bad as I thought they would nerf it. This is still a crap ton of resistances. Force, Necrotic, Psychic, and Radiant are rare damage types. It's not as bad of a detriment as it might seem. Yeah, it's a very reasonable nerf. Still a very, very good option. And if you're playing an Aasimar Barbarian with the subclass, you're also going to have resistance to Necrotic and Radiant. So really it would just be Force and Psychic at that point. So that would be a good option to get it within the area that it once was. I know the updated Githyan key from Monsters in the Multiverse have resistance to psychic damage, so that would be an option. Kalistar resistant to psychic damage. You could play a Gem Dragonborn from Fizzbands and have resistance to force damage, or necrotic, or psychic, or radiant, depending on the option you choose. So, yeah, this is a very reasonable nerf. I think this is perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine with that change. Okay, let's see. Eagle. When you activate your rage, you can take the disengage and dash actions as part of that bonus action. That's really good. While your rage is active, you can take a bonus action and take both of those actions. Okay, so you can dash and disengage on every single turn in combat. As long as you don't need your bonus action to extend your rage. That's pretty good. And then so you start with a 30-foot movement speed, and then at 5th level, you gain an extra 10 feet of movement. If you're playing another character with increased movement, that could also increase as well. So you are going to be zipping in and out of battle attacking creatures as the equal. Be very, very effective. This is a skirmisher barbarian. Wolf. While your rage is active, your allies have advantage on attack rolls against any enemy of yours within 5 feet of you. That should be... Oh, it's no longer melee attack rolls. It's advantage on every attack roll, on any type of attack roll. Oh, so even Wolf got buffed. That's really good. Very, very good. What was Eagle originally? While you're raging, other creatures have disadvantage on opportunity attacks against you. And you can use the dash action as a bonus action on your turn. Okay, so this is no longer necessary because you both disengage and dash. Yeah. Major improvement. Major improvement. And you can choose which option you want every time you enter your rage. That also means that if you choose the wrong option, you could activate a new rage and choose a different option to replace the one you currently have. Pretty good. That is a pretty good... 3 very good options. I don't know if one is better than another. It's going to depend on the type of combat you're going into. But I like them. I like them a lot. Aspect of the Wilds. You gain one of the following options of your choice. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change your choice. That's a buff. Owl, you have dark vision with a range of 60 feet. If you already have dark vision, its range is increased by 60 feet. There we go. Panther, you have a climb speed equal to your speed. And Salmon, you have a swim speed equal to your speed. Those are very nice options. Level 10 Nature Speaker. You can cast the Commune with Nature spell, but only as ritual. Wisdom is your spellcasting ability for it. That pretty much the same. Level 14, Power of the Wilds. Whenever you activate your rage, you gain one of the following options of your choice. Yep, there we go. Yeah, being able to change these when you rage is a major improvement. This one, changing it as long rest, is also a major improvement. Because these are situational per day. These are situational per combat. So I like that. Okay, let's see here. Falcon. While your rage is active, you have a fly speed equal to your speed if you aren't wearing any armor. Okay, so free flying speed while you're raging as long as you're not wearing armor. Hopefully you're playing an unarmored barbarian. I feel like this could have been if you aren't wearing any heavy armor, but it is what it is. Lion. While your rage is active, any of your enemies within 5 feet of you have disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you or another barbarian who has this option active. Cool. Ram. While your rage is active, you can cause a large or smaller creature to have the prone condition when you hit it with a melee attack. That's pretty good too. Well, all in all, major improvements to Totem Warrior, in my opinion. Or Wildheart, rather. This art is pretty dope. Yeah. This is a nerf, but this is a pretty reasonable one. Everything else is pretty much a buff. This is technically a nerf. What was present here. But I think overall, this is a really decent option. You have a lot of options here, a lot of variability, and you're not beholden to singular options. Is also really good. Okay, Path of the World Tree. Such a completely new subclass. Pretty cool art. The roots of the World Tree. Trace the roots and branches of the multiverse. Barbarians who follow the path of the World Tree connect with the cosmic tree Yggdrasil through their rage. This tree grows among the outer planes, connecting them to each other and the material plane. These barbarians draw on the tree's magic for vitality and as a means of dimensional travel. Level 3, Vitality of the Tree. Your rage taps into the life force of the World Tree. You gain the following benefits. Vitalic Surge. When you activate your rage, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your barbarian level. That's not bad. Life-Giving Force. At the start of each of your turns while your rage is active, you can choose another creature within 10 feet of yourself to gain temporary hit points. To determine the number of temporary hit points, roll a number of d6s equal to your rage damage bonus, and add them together. If any of these temporary hit points remain when your rage ends, they vanish. That's not bad. So at the start of each of your turns while you're raging, you can just dish out temporary hit points to your allies. Gonna be 2d6 and then 3d6 and then 4d6, so not bad. Essentially useful at all. Yeah, it's basically a buffing barbarian. It's pretty nice. That is not bad at all. This is gonna feel like the tank barbarian with some support. Level 6 branches of the tree. Whenever a creature you can see starts its turn within 30 feet of you while your rage is active, you can take a reaction to summon spectral branches of the world tree around it. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw, DC 8 plus strength modifier and proficiency bonus. I like all this scaling with your strength modifier. Or be teleported to an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of yourself, or in the nearest unoccupied space you can see. After the target teleports, you can reduce its speed to 0 until the end of the current turn. Yeah, I would agree. I kind of would have preferred level plus Constitution modifier, if anything. But it's not worthless. This is pretty good. There is a clarified rule now that creatures can choose to fail their saving throw. So you can actually use branches of the world tree on allies to teleport them to you at the start of their turn, which is pretty nice. And then this is optional. You can reduce their speed to 0 until the end of the current turn. You would only want to do that on enemies. Probably. That's also some decent crowd control too. Because it might be that an enemy starts their turn next to a ally that you really want to protect. So you could use a reaction to attempt to teleport them to you, so that they are less likely to target that character. So this is a nice nice control. Okay, level 10 battering roots. During your turn, your reach is 10 feet greater with any melee weapon that has the heavy or versatile property. As tendrils of the world tree extend from you. When you hit with such a weapon on your turn, you can activate the push or topple mastery property, in addition to a different mastery property you're using with that weapon. Okay. So not only does your reach increase by 10 feet, but you can also push or topple that creature. Push pushes the creature by 10 feet right away from you. As long as they're large or smaller. And then topple, they have to make a con save. And if they fail, they're prone. So you're basically able to activate 2 mastery properties on a single weapon attack, which is pretty good. Push and topple are not bad. Yes, that would stack with the pushing feature of which one is it? Forceful blow. Yes, it would stack with forceful blow. You could push them 25 feet away, and then you can move up to half your speed towards them without provoking opportunity attacks, which at that level should be 20 feet. So not bad. Not bad at all. That's honestly pretty decent. Let's see, what do we have here now? Level 14, travel along the tree. When you activate your rage, and as a bonus action while your rage is active, you can teleport up to 60 feet to an occupied space you can see. Ooh, 60-foot teleport while you're raging. That's really good. In addition, once per rage, you can increase the range of that teleport to 150 feet. When you do so, you can also bring up to 6 willing creatures who are within 10 feet of you. Each creature teleports to an unoccupied space of your choice within 10 feet of your destination space. Dang. So now we got a teleporting barbarian that could also teleport allies along with them if it needs to. That is pretty good. Well, that is exceptionally good. 60-foot teleport, very good. Once teleport yourself and all your allies up to 150 feet, also really good. Yeah, this immediately closes the gap on chases. So no need for you to work in chase rules into encounters anymore. Barbarian just rages and teleports everyone. That also makes it a lot harder for enemies to teleport or to try to leave the combat. It's very, very good. Very good option. Yeah, a lot of 2024 has been adding teleportation. Which I'm not against, because teleportation is a very good mechanic. Yeah. Okay, Path of the Zealot. Let's see what they changed here. Rage and ecstatic union with a god. Barbarians who walk the Path of the Zealot receive boons from a god or pantheon. These barbarians experience their rage as an ecstatic episode of divine union that infuses them with power. They are often allies to the priests and other followers of their god or pantheon. Level 3, Divine Fury. You can channel divine power into your strikes. On each of your turns while your rage is active, first creature you hit with a weapon or an unarmed strike takes extra damage equal to 1d6 plus half your barbarian level, round down. The extra damage is necrotic or radiant. You choose the type each time you deal the damage. Okay, there's a number of ways this is different. First off, originally you chose necrotic or radiant when you gained the feature and you could not change it. Now you can decide the type every time you deal the damage, which is a major improvement. This damage is still the same. And I think this starts off... I remember seeing someone talking about this. It scales pretty close to the extra damage of the Berserker. It's a very different way at it, but it will relatively equal the same average. It's going to be lower starting off, I think. But it's a unique damage type, which may give it a tiny bit of a boost. You also don't need to reckless attack in order to use Divine Fury, which is also well, You may not be worried reckless attacking. I know some people who play barbarians, they really don't want advantage on attacks against them. So some people don't use reckless attack that often. Iron Fury is a good option for if you don't want to use reckless attack. So let's look at this art. I think there's a neat Dragonborn barbarian. Kind of like a gladiator. He's also got tattoos on his leg and arm. Really cool art. Okay, Warrior of the Gods. There's a lot more text here. A divine entity helps ensure you can fight. You can continue the fight. You have a pool of 4 d12s that you can spend to heal yourself. As a bonus action, you can expend dice from the pool, roll them, and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll's total. Your pool regains all expended dice when you finish a long rest. The pool's maximum number of dice increases by 1 when you reach barbarian levels 6 to 5 dice, 12 to 6 dice, and 17 to 7 dice. Originally, Warrior of the Gods just said if a spell such as Raise Dead has a sole effect of restoring you to life but not unlife, or undeath, caster doesn't need material components to cast the spell on you. Okay, so they did lose this. This is a ribbon feature, but not needing material components on something like a Raise Dead spell was pretty good. This, though, is a bonus action heal for a barbarian, which is interesting. It does make you a little bit more tanky. And it's not it's not a bad amount of healing. 4 d12s, and then goes up to 7 d12s. It's an interesting change. Healing might be more useful than something that's dependent only on if you die. This is completely different from this. Not a good way for me to scale them against each other, but healing is going to come into play a lot more often than this will. Hopefully. Unless you're playing like a Dark Souls type campaign. Which, good luck if you are. Huh. Not bad. Okay, Fanatical Focus. Once per active rage, if you fail a saving throw, you can re-roll it with a bonus equal to your rage damage bonus. You must use the new roll. The old Fanatical Focus just let you re-roll the save, no additional bonus. So this isn't crazy. This is only a +2, and then I think it becomes a +3 at well, it comes at +3 at 9th level, and a +4 at 16th level. So, oh shit. Where am I? I went too far. There we are. Yeah, so this isn't bad. Wait, where am I? Oh, this. This isn't bad at all. It is a tiny bonus, but it's more useful than this. The bonus will at least, hopefully, get you a better reroll. As long as you don't roll crap again. Pardon me. Level 10. Zealous Presence. Okay. As a bonus action, you unleash a battle cry infused with divine energy. Up to 10 other creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Unless you expend a use of your rage, no action required to restore your use of it. So this is the part that really changed in this feature. It used to just be once per long rest. Now you can use it multiple times, as long as you spend uses of rage. At 10th level, you should have 4 uses of rage. You do regain 1 use on a short rest. All uses on a long rest. It'll get to 5 at 12th level, 17 at 6th level. At 15th level, Persistent Rage lets you regain all expended uses of your rage when you roll initiative. So, yeah, that's definitely an improvement. And this is a good buff. Up to 10 other creatures of your choice within 10 feet of you gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws till the start of your next turn. That could be really good on a turn. So that is a very decent buff. Being able to use it once is really good. Being able to use it multiple times if you need to is very good. Especially good if you know you're in a boss battle and it's the last combat of the session. You have extra uses of rage. You can just give out this bonus as much as you want. Yeah, Zealous Presence, very good. Being able to use it more than once per long rest, also very good. Okay, let's see here. Rage of the Gods. This is going to be completely different. When you activate your rage, you can assume the form of a divine warrior. This form lasts for 1 minute, or until you drop to 0 hit points. A low duration. I would have made it last 10 minutes. At least last for the duration of your rage. Or I would have said this form lasts while your rage is active. But whatever. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. While in this form, you gain the benefits below. Flight. You have a fly speed equal to your speed and can hover. Resistance. You have resistance to necrotic, psychic, and radiant damage. Rare damage types, but not bad. Oh, so hover is decent. That means you can't be knocked prone while you're flying. And Revivification. When a creature within 30 feet of you would drop to 0 hit points, you can take a reaction to expend a use of your rage to instead change the target's hit points to a number equal to your barbarian level. Ooh. That's not bad. That would be 14 hit points at this level. And it could go up to level 20 depending on how long your campaign's going. It's not bad. It's honestly kind of decent. So not only is this the barbarian that stays in combat longer, deals extra damage, and buffs at themselves and their allies. It also keeps their allies from dying. And can gain angel wings. So Path of the Zealot, pretty decent. What was it before? While you're raging, having 0 hit points doesn't knock you unconscious. Still make death saving throws, and you suffer the normal effects of taking damage while at 0 hit points. However, if you would die due to failing in death saving throws, you don't die until your rage ends, and you die then only if you have 0 hit points. This was very good, but it was also potentially broken. It made it impossible for this barbarian to die. This is good. However, I would have really liked for this to be 10 minutes. But it is what it is. I doubt you're going to come in. I doubt you're going to enter a combat that lasts longer than 10 rounds. It's very unlikely. Fly speed is very good. Extra resistance is good. Revivification is really the interesting feature of this. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright, that is Barbarian, though. Let's take a look at the Bard. Look how fun that Bard is. Tiefling Violinist. Oh. Didn't mean to click on that. Okay, let's see here, Bard. Okay, so that was Barbarian. Let's go to Legacy Bard. See what changes they made to Bard. Okay, primary ability Charisma. Hit point die D8 per Bard level. Saving throw proficiencies, Dexterity and Charisma. That should be the same. Yep. Skill proficiencies, choose any 3 skills, that's the same. Weapon proficiencies, simple weapons, that's different. You used to also get hand crossbows, long swords, rapiers, and short swords. Those are no longer options. Tool proficiencies, choose 3 musical instruments. They had that. Armor training is light armor. So that means starting equipment's going to be different. Choose A or B. A, light armor, 2 daggers, musical instrument of your choice, entertainer's pack, and 19 gold pieces. Or B, 90 gold pieces. That's 15 more gold pieces than the barbarian started out with. Okay, so pretty similar except for weapon proficiencies. They lost 4 weapon proficiencies here. Interesting. Also means rapier is not going to be the go-to weapon for bards anymore. You're going to have to go with some other option. Okay. Level 1 bard, gain all the traits in the core bard traits table. Gain the level 1 features which are listed in the bard features table. It's a multi-class bard, gain hit point die, proficiency 1 skill of your choice, proficiency 1 musical instrument of your choice, and training with light armor. and the Bard levels features, which are listed in the Bard features table. See the multi-classing rules in Chapter 2 to determine your available spell slots. Okay, let's see what's different here. Bardic Inspiration and Spellcasting. Same here. There's a new column just for the Bardic die, which is new, and Prepared Spells is a new column, which has replaced Spells Known. This just shows how many spells you are able to have prepared. I wonder if it scales any differently. Let's see. 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 7, 9 at 5th level instead of 8. 10, 9, 11, 12, scales up again at 14 versus 12. 10, 15 versus 14, 16, 16, 17, 17. We're down 1 at 14th level. We're back to 18th level. We're 18 at 15 and 16. 15, 16 was 19. 19 at 17th level. 20 at 18th level. 21 at 19th level and 22 at 20. So it goes up to 22. It does scale slightly differently. Interesting. Okay, so let's see what differences are here. Cantrips are the same. Yep. Okay, so Bardic Inspiration, Spellcasting at 1st level. Expertise and Jack of all trades here. Expertise has been moved down to 2nd level. Song of Rest is completely removed. Bard subclass at 3rd level. Ability score improvement at 4th. Font of Inspiration at 5th level. And Bardic Inspiration increases to 8. Subclass features 6th level. Yes, Bardic College feature. Counter Charm has been moved to 7th level. Ability score improvement. Expertise at 9th level. That moved down from 10th level. Song of Rest is no longer there. Bardic Inspiration goes to D10, 10th level, and they gain Magical Secrets. Ability score improvement, 12th level. No more Song of Rest at 13th level. 14th level is a subclass feature. Ability score improvement. Superior Inspiration at 18th level. That was the previous capstone. Epic Boon at 19th level. And Words of Creation at 20th level. Bardic Inspiration increased to a D12 at 15th level. Okay. Let's see what the changes are here. Okay. Bardic Inspiration. You can inspire others through words, music, or dance. Dance was added. It wasn't in here. Funny. This inspiration is represented by your Bardic Inspiration die, which is a D6. Using Bardic Inspiration. As a bonus action, you can inspire another creature within 60 feet of yourself who can see or hear you. See is an additional option. Used to just be hear you. That creature gains one of your Bardic Inspiration dice. The creature can only have one Bardic Inspiration die at a time. Same. Once within the next hour. Oh, hour? Instead of 10 minutes? When the creature fails a d20 test. Oh. You only expend Bardic Inspiration dice when you fail ability checks, attack rolls, or saving throws. That's different. Okay, so they eliminated the need for all of this. Are you rolling it? You can wait until after the check. Now you can add it whenever you fail a test. You can roll the Bardic Inspiration die and add the number rolled to the d20, potentially turning the failure into a success. The Bardic Inspiration die is expended when it's rolled. Okay, this is an improvement. An hour. Pretty good. Number of uses. You can confer a Bardic Inspiration die a number of times equal to your Charisma modifier. Minimum of once. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. In there. At higher levels. Bardic Inspiration die changes when you reach certain Bard levels, as shown in the Bardic die column of the Bard features table. Die becomes a D8 at level 5, a D10 at level 10, and D12 at level 15. That is the same scaling as here. Spell casting is going to be slightly different. You gain 2 cantrips of your choice from the Bard spell list. Dancing Lights and Vicious Mockery are recommended. When you gain a Bard level, you can replace your cantrips with another cantrip of your choice from the Bard spell list. This was not a feature. This was not a part of base Bard. You couldn't replace your cantrips. That was something that was added in Tasha's, I believe. Now this is something that's added into every spellcasting class. You can replace your cantrip when you gain a level. When you reach Bard levels 4 and 10, you learn another cantrip of your choice from the Bard spell list, as shown in the cantrips column of the Bard features table. Spell slots. Bard features table shows how many spell slots you have to cast level 1 plus spells. You regain all expended spell slots when you finish your long rest. Prepared spells are level 1 plus. You prepare the list of level 1 spells that are available for you to cast with this feature. You start, choose 4 level 1 spells from the Bard spell list. Charm Person, Color Spray, Dissonant Whispers, and Healing Word are recommended. The number of spells on your list increases when you gain Bard levels, as shown in the Prepared Spells column of the Bard features table. Whenever that number increases, choose additional spells from the Bard spell list until the number of spells on your list matches the number on the table. The chosen spells must be of a level for which you have spell slots. For example, if you're a level 3 Bard, your list of prepared spells can include 6 spells of level 1 and 2 in any combination. If another Bard feature gives you spells that you always have prepared, those spells don't count against the number of spells you can prepare with this feature, but those spells otherwise count as Bard spells for you. Changing your prepared spells. Whenever you gain a Bard level, you can replace one spell on your list with another Bard spell for which you have spell slots. This is the same. while it's calling it prepared spells, it's still essentially known spells. You can still only replace it when you gain a level. Spellcasting ability. Charisma is a spellcasting ability for your bard spells. Spellcasting focus. You can use a musical instrument as a spellcasting focus for your bard spells. Level 2. Expertise. You gain expertise in 2 of your skill proficiencies of your choice. Performance and persuasion are recommended if you have proficiency in them. At Bard level 9, you gain expertise in 2 more of your skill proficiencies of your choice. Nice. Jack of all trades, you can add half your proficiency bonus round down to any ability check you make that uses a skill proficiency you lack and doesn't otherwise use proficiency bonus. For example, if you make a strength athletics check and lack athletics proficiency, you can add half your proficiency bonus to the check. Bard's repertoire. Help on how to play a bard. A level 3 bard subclass. You get a bard subclass of your choice. College of Dance, College of Glamour, College of Lore, and College of Valor subclasses are detailed after this class's description. A subclass is a specialization that grants you features at certain bard levels. For the rest of your career, you gain each of the subclass's features that are of your bard level or lower. Previous PHB only had Lore and Valor as options. So Dance and Glamour have been added into the player's handbook. Level 4, ability score improvement. Gain the ability score improvement feat, or another feat of your choice for which you qualify. You gain this feature again at Bard's level 8, 12, and 16. I love this song, but it's going to be very hard to hear what I'm saying if that plays. Again, the ability score improvement feat or another feat of your choice for which you qualify. You get this feat again. This feature again at Bard's level 8, 12, and 16. Font of Inspiration. You now regain all your expended uses of Bardic Inspiration when you finish a short or long rest. That is same. In addition, you can expend a spell slot, no action required, to regain 1 expended use of Bardic Inspiration. I like. No use not to use your Bardic Inspiration in combat bards. Or just in general. You should always be able to gain a Bardic Inspiration. No need to hold back. Level 7 Counter Charm. Previously 6th level. You can use musical notes or words of power to disrupt mind-influencing effects. If you or a creature within 30 feet of you fails a saving throw against an effect that applies the Charmed or Frightened condition, you can take a reaction to cause the save to be re-rolled, and the new roll has advantage. That is a major improvement of Counter Charm. Previously, you had to use an action to start a performance that lasted until the end of your next turn. And during that time, you and any friendly creatures within 30 feet of you had advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened. The creature had to heal you to gain this benefit. And the performance ended early if you were incapacitated or silenced, or if you ended it. The problem with Old Counter Charm was by the time you started doing this, it was probably already too late. Whoever you were trying to get charmed or frightened had already had it happen to them, potentially including yourself. This also didn't allow a reroll of the save either. So this is infinitely better. Granted, it's only one creature, but a reroll with advantage is exceptionally good. This is neat art. The art in this book is very good. Level 10, Magical Secrets. You've learned secrets from various magic traditions. Whenever you reach a bard level, including this level, and the prepared spells number in the bard features table increases, you can choose any of your new prepared spells from the bard, cleric, druid, and wizard spell lists. And the chosen spells count as bard spells for you. In addition, whenever you replace a spell prepared for this class, you can replace it with a spell from those lists. That is really good. Bard, Cleric, Druid, and Wizard encompass almost every spell in the PHB, so these are very good spell lists to choose from. It's not any class spell list, though. But I think this is very reasonable because it is a very powerful feature. Also, this part was not included in Old Magical Secrets. And also, this only gave you 6 spells from any other class spell list. This says whenever you learn a bard spell or replace a spell that you've already had, it can be from any of these 4 spell lists. You essentially have a bard with access to 4 spell lists from level 10 onward. So, this is very good. It also ensures that classes like Paladin and Ranger retain their unique spell lists, and Warlock you can no longer take Eldritch Blast with this. Sorry, but not sorry. I just make sure that some of the classes that have unique spell options retain those options. This is a much better designed feature. Let's see here. 18th level, Superior Inspiration. It used to be 20th level. When you roll Inspiration, you regain expended uses of Bardic Inspiration until you have 2, if you have fewer than that. So slightly better than this, but still not a great feature. It's okay. Level 19, Epic Boon. You gain Epic Boon feat or another feat of your choice for which you qualify. Boon of Spell Recall is recommended. Level 20, Words of Creation. You have mastered 2 of the words of creation, the words of life and death. You therefore always have the Power Word Heal and Power Word Kill spells prepared. When you cast either spell, you can target a second creature with it if that spell is within 10 feet of the first target. This is a very good capstone. Power Word Heal and Power Word Kill are very good. I think these spells have also been buffed. Power Word Kill still does what it was intended to do. If the target has 100 points or fewer, it dies. Otherwise, this is the part that was added, otherwise it takes 12d12 psychic damage. Pretty good. Power Word Heal. Target regains all of its hit points. The creature had the Charmed, Frightened, Paralyzed, Poison, or Stun condition. The condition ends. Creature has the Prone condition. It can use his reaction to stand up. They're both very good spells. Being able to target 2 creatures with each one makes it a very good use of your 9th level spell slot. Potentially. Bard spell list. I don't know if there's that many changes. I know Starry Wisp is a new cantrip option. Yandale's Regal Presence is a new spell. Befuddlement is a renaming of Feeble Mind. Power Word Fortify is new as well. Okay. Need to go to Glamour. Alright. College of Dance. Parts of the College of Dance know that the words of creation can't be contained within speech or song. The words are uttered by the movements of celestial bodies and flow through the motions of the smallest creatures. These bards practice a way of being in harmony with the whirling cosmos that emphasizes agility, speed, and grace. This is an entirely new option. Level 3. Dazzling Footwork. While you aren't wearing armor or wearing a shield, you gain the following benefits. Dance Virtuoso. You have advantage on any charisma performance checks you make that involves you dancing. From Armored Defense. Your base armor class equals 10 plus your dexterity and charisma modifiers. Nice. Agile Strikes. When you spend a use of your bardic inspiration as part of an action, a bonus action, or a reaction, you can make one unarmed strike as part of that action, bonus action, or reaction. Bardic Damage. You can use dexterity instead of strength for the attack rolls of your unarmed strikes. When you deal damage with an unarmed strike, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to a roll of your bardic inspiration die, plus your dexterity modifier instead of the strike's normal damage. This roll doesn't expend the die. Some nice options there. Level 6, Inspiring Movement. When an enemy you can see ends its turn within 5 feet of you, you can take a reaction and expend one use of your bardic inspiration to move up to half your speed. Then one ally of your choice within 30 feet of you can also move up to half their speed using their reaction. None of this feature's movement provokes opportunity attacks. Not bad. Level 6. Tandem Footwork. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Tandem Footwork. When you roll initiative, you can expend one use of your bardic inspiration if you don't have the incapacitated condition. When you do so, roll your bardic inspiration die. You and each ally within 30 feet of you who can see or hear you gains a bonus to initiative equal to the number rolled. Ooh, yes. I like initiative bonuses. That's pretty good. Level 14, Leading Evasion. When you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you instead take a no damage if you succeed on the saving throw, and only half damage if you fail. If any creatures within 5 feet of you are making the same dexterity saving throw, you can share this benefit with them for that save. That's good. Can't use this feature if you have the incapacitated condition. Makes sense. Okay, this is not a bad subclass. I don't think it's the best subclass of all time, but I really like this. This is pretty good, but it does come at a late level. This is decent. And then this stuff is okay. This is also good for role players. Sean, I'm looking at you, if you're in chat still. Alright, so overall, not a bad subclass. Okay, let's see what changes they made to College of Glamour. Level 3, Beguiling Magic, which is what has replaced Enthralling Performance. You always have the Charm Person and Mirror Image spells prepared. Also, look at this Bard art. It is awesome art. I love that so much. It is really cool. Beguiling Magic. You always have the Charm Person and Mirror Image spells prepared. In addition, immediately after you cast an enchantment or illusion spell using a spell slot, you can cause a creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, the target has the charmed or frightened condition, your choice, for 1 minute. Target repeats the save at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. That's pretty good. I like that. Once you use this benefit, you can't use it again until you finish your long rest. You can also restore uses of it by expending 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration. Decent. I'm just gonna loop this. A Mantle of Inspiration. You can weave Fey magic into a song or dance to fill others with vigor. As a bonus action, you can expend a use of your Bardic Inspiration, rolling a Bardic Inspiration die. When you do so, choose a number of other creatures within 60 feet of yourself up to a number equal to your Charisma modifier. Each of those creatures gain a number of temporary hit points equal to 2 times the number rolled on the Bardic Inspiration die. And then each can use its reaction to move up to its speed without provoking opportunity attacks. That's pretty good. Two times the number rolled on the Bardic Inspiration die. The old feature of this started at 5 hit points, then increased to 8, or 10 HP, and then increased to 8, 11, and 14. This has a higher average than those at all levels. So this is a buff. Yeah, this is a good buff. I like Mantle of Inspiration. Mantle of Majesty. You always have the command spell prepared. Also, Glamour gets a lot of always prepared spells. As a bonus action, you can cast command without expending a spell slot. And you take on an unearthly appearance for 1 minute or until your concentration ends. During this time, you can cast command as a bonus action without expending a spell slot. Any creature charmed by you automatically fails its saving throw against the command you cast with this feature. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. You can also restore your use of it by expending a level 3 plus spell slot. No action required. Okay. So this is an addition. That is an addition. This is pretty much the same. Yeah. So this stuff is the same as the old feature. This and this have been added. So this is pretty good. Pretty decent feature. Oh. Okay. Level 14, Unbreakable Majesty. I do know that this has changed. As a bonus action, you can assume a magically majestic presence for 1 minute or until you have the incapacitated condition. For the duration, whenever any creature hits you with an attack roll for the first time on a turn, the attacker must succeed on a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC, or the attack misses instead as the creature recoils from your majesty. Once you assume this majestic presence, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. This is still good. Previously, though, whenever the creature tried to attack you for the first time on a turn, they had to make the save, or they were not able to attack you at all if they failed. On a successful save, they had disadvantage on any saving throw against any spells you casted on your next turn. So this is a nerf, but this is not a bad ability. Considering this feature is so good, and all the rest of these features are so good, I think this is an acceptable loss. College of Lore, from the depths of magical knowledge. So let's see here. You gain proficiency with 3 skills of your choice. Same. Cutting words. When a creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself makes a damage roll or succeeds on an ability check or attack roll, you can take a reaction to expend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration. Roll your Bardic Inspiration die and subtract the number rolled from the creature's roll, reducing the damage or potentially turning the success into a failure. Pretty close. Magical Discoveries. Level 6. You learn 2 spells of your choice. These spells can come from the Cleric, Druid, or Wizard spell list, or any combination thereof. A spell you choose must be a cantrip or a spell for which you have spell slots as shown in the Bard features table. You always have the chosen spells prepared, and whenever you gain a Bard level, you can replace one of the spells with another spell that meets these requirements. That's better. It's not any class, but these 3 encompass most spells. And then you can replace the spells that you choose if you want to. You previously could not. This is better. Okay, let's see here. Peerless Skill. When you make an ability check or attack roll and fail, you can expend 1 use of Bardic Inspiration, roll the Bardic Inspiration die, and add the number rolled to the d20, potentially turning a failure into a success. On a failure, the Bardic Inspiration isn't expended. That's new. And that is very good. Otherwise, this works pretty much the same. It is nice that you can now benefit from Bardic Inspiration. Granted, is just ability checks and attack rolls. Not saving throws, but it is good. It is rather late in the game, though. Not bad. Okay, College of Valor. Look, it's so short if it'll fit in the screen. Okay. Look at this majestic Valor Bard. The Dragonborn Warrior. They Harper Shield. New Rapier in hand. Level 3. Combat Inspiration. You can use your wit to turn the tide of battle. A creature that has a bardic inspiration die from you can use it for one of the following effects. Defense. When a creature is hit by an attack roll, that creature can use its reaction to roll the bardic inspiration die and add the number rolled to its AC against that attack, potentially causing the attack to miss. Offense. Immediately after the creature hits a target with an attack roll, the creature can roll the bardic inspiration die and add the number rolled to the attack's damage against the target. Both of these are pretty much the same. They've just better defined the options for combat inspiration. Martial training. I assume this replaces bonus proficiencies. You gain proficiency with martial weapons and training with medium armor and shields, which is exactly what you get here. In addition, you can use a simple or martial weapon as a spellcasting focus to cast spells from your bard spell list. That's nice. Level 6. You can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. In addition, you can cast one of your cantrips that has a casting time of an action in place of one of these attacks. This is the Blade Senior extra attack for the Valor Bard, which is amazing. You can Vicious Mockery and make a weapon attack on my turn, which is pretty nice. Level 14, Battle Magic. After you cast a spell that has a casting type of an action, you can make one attack with the weapon as a bonus action. That's pretty much the same here. This Battle Magic doesn't specify that it has to be a bard spell, though. Interesting. Okay, we're at Cleric. We have been going for 5 hours, though. So, we may stop the stream here and do another stream for the rest of the options. Lost the music. Yeah. We'll do another stream probably next weekend and start with the Cleric, since this is basically a in-depth look. Nice art for the Cleric, though. Actually, this is dope. Look at all the undead surrounding this Cleric. And they're raising their maces. Raising their mace. Shining light amongst it. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. A good stream. Thanks everyone who tuned in. I appreciate the engagement. We'll do another stream sometime this week, or like I said, next Sunday. So I'll definitely I'll be free to probably do another 5 hours of this. Maybe we can get through the rest of the classes and get into the spells. It also gives me some time to record some videos going over these classes too. It's a deep dive in all these classes. Alrighty. But yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please feel free to like, subscribe if you haven't already done so. I normally release videos on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday so far. That schedule might change depending on my availability. I'll see if I get a video out tomorrow, but if not, the next video will be out on Wednesday at the very latest. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you all in the next video. See you later.